speak out. But let me just reverse a bit and say good morning to the listeners of Vibes. Welcome to the program.
If I stay within my setting as a public officer, as the public relations officer, and I stay just within the office space and do not go out to the public, how will we understand what is happening on the ground?
Still delivery.
We've done a lot, not just in terms of the general infrastructure, but homes, support to farmers, support to fishermen, etc. And as time goes by, more support will be given to Caribou and Timaki.
It's Speak Out Unfiltered. Built back, even better to last.
Let us all strive to build a better country by putting aside our petty grievances and move forward with dignity, being proud of working hard and working together.
Anything that we're doing now, it's futuristic thinking. It's not for the now.
Education is the key in a country's development. That's it. If its people are not developed,
You don't go that far, no? Just remember, knowledge is power. When you know, you know.
that's it.
It's Speak Out Unfiltered. We have to have you on Vibes 101.3 and 106.3 FM every Thursday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Do you feel the vibes? Go in. Go in.
The views expressed on this program are those of the host and guests and not the views of this radio station. I'm going to take the music down and say good morning to you right here on Vibes FM. Welcome to the program Speak Out Unfiltered for today, Thursday. As you are looking out and participating in the program as well, you are reminded that it's interactive, informative, and entertaining as well. To the child and state of Peter Martinique, Grenada, good morning. St. Vincent and Grenadines, good morning to you as well. Our listeners on Facebook, good morning to you. YouTube, good morning as well. And those of you on the internet and wherever you are in a comfort zone this morning, good morning to you. There's a lot of things on for discussion, as you always know, and we ask you to participate when we open up the lines to do so. And it's always entertaining, interactive, and informative, like I told you before. Telephone numbers to do so if you want to interact with us, 443-0101. 443-0101 and 403-0101. We also have another number, 458-1914. 458-1914. And those are the numbers you're going to call us when we open up our line. But first, as always, we have a little bit of a discussion before we get into the meat of things that we sometimes would say. So, Coy, I'm going to open up the bowling with you this morning and say good morning. How are you doing? Good morning.
Well, if you line up to be bowling out, I have to make sure I have my pads, because I can't afford to go in the wicket
and make a duck.
I'll make a duck. Yes. Good morning to you, Kim. Good morning to the listeners wherever you are. And I see we have a special guest in studio this morning, and looking forward to his contribution, his thoughts.
Okay.
Yes. And looking forward to discussing the things that had happened. We have had a lot of activities here in Carriacou and are still having. And looking forward to the reign of the Merry Monarch. That's how they call it.
I like the way you sometimes put it, the reign of the Merry Monarch,
Yes.
But we're into the season of celebration and everything like that too, And a lot of things are breaking there, always in news as it pertains to that, But let me move over now to our guests. And sometimes I have problems in introducing this gentleman, on the microphone, especially when it comes to the Vibes FM and in Carriacou as well.
You say you have difficulties?
Yes, because sometimes you don't know what words to use to express who he is and what he has done for Carriacou and how important it is for him to be, in Carriacou, especially in a time like this too, And need I not say more, but let me say, Anselm Clouden Barrister Law, good morning to you. How are you doing?
Morning, Kim, and morning to all listeners. It's indeed a great pleasure to be invited to comment on certain civic issues.
Yes.
I'm delighted to be here.
Right. Okay. Well, it's nice having you in the studio, and like I said in the beginning, you are Carriacouan, of course, we know that, and you have interest in Carriacou, and you have been fighting for Carriacou on all ends, wherever we call on you, even without even calling on you, you have made contributions, and you are now in Carriacou for this week, or for the next maybe week or so, taking a little vacation, right?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
I'll be here for a while.
Oh, for a little while. Okay. And I know that you have a lot of interest in Carriacou as well too.
Of course I do.
And there's a lot of things this morning that we're going to be discussing inside of Carriacou. And I know that you will be very active and you want to be a part of the whole exercise as well,
That's right.
Because you have gone around Carriacou, you have seen quite a number of things happening in Carriacou. And we have just come through what we call a season where we were under the devastation of Hurricane Beryl.
That's true.
And you are now taking a first-hand look after all these times and so on and so forth. But before I move further, let me ask Solio to get your headsets on, so we could just introduce you as we always do, because he's one of those who has been spearheading and in Carriacou as well. Solio, good morning.
Good morning, sir. How are you this
Not
morning?
too bad.
My friend. I see this morning with grace to
You see?
legal luminaries.
I was looking for words.
Yes, you lost trust.
Happy to have you, sir.
Yeah. It's nice having you around, Mr. Cloud,
It's a pleasure, always a pleasure.
And as Solio just said, legal luminary,
Professionals.
Okay, now let me get into the meat of things, because I know that you are very impressed with what you have seen in Carriacou after the devastation of Hurricane Beryl, back in 2024. And now you are taking a sort of a first-hand look again as what has transpired. What's your opinion? What is it that is maybe impressive to you?
To be quite frank, Kim, I'm overwhelmed by the rapidity with which we have developed Carriacou so far in the reconstruction of homes, hospitals, schools. Mount Pleasant School is finished, and I mean, it's just phenomenal. And I think we, all Carriacouans, all of us, should tap ourselves on the shoulder and give ourselves 3 cheers, because everywhere, every parish, you see some form of development taking place. It's either Nawasa or the government and people of Carriacou being employed. And before I comment further, let me pay special tribute and special congratulatory sentiments to our distinguished parliamentary representative. He has done a marvelous job with limited resources. I mean, it's still mind-boggling, man, how this gentleman was able to gander, congregate people, keep the NDC flag flying in Carriacou, and I'm justly proud of him. And I think all Carriacouans should dedicate themselves, commit themselves to giving him a second term in office. He deserves it.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes.
He has done a remarkable
job. Yeah, it's unprecedented. It's the first time, Kim, that I have seen this level of development taking place in Carriacou. I mean, we have had Herbert Blaze, Uncle Herbert. We have had Sir Nicholas He's noted to have reconstructed the jetty in Hillsborough. But Trevor has done just about everything, touched on every aspect of economic development. Save and except, I would wish to comment on a legislative assembly for Carriacou rather than local government. Implement the constitutional provision with respect to sections 106 or thereabout, where it says there shall be a council. And the contemplation, I have no doubt, the framers had in mind is something akin to St. Kitts Nevis arrangement. The council is not a local government council. It's a legislative council with a legislative assembly with elected members, maybe 4 of them, from Petit Martinique and different parts of Carriacou. You split Carriacou into 4 and 1 from Petit Martinique, 5 representatives on the council. We can extrapolate, as it were, adopt certain aspects of the Trinidad House of Assembly. Not Trinidad, but the Tobago House of Assembly, sorry. The potent areas that we can imitate or adopt. The St. Kitts Nevis House of Assembly. Those areas are very much identical to our legitimate expectation for management of our own affairs. So that one of the things that bothers me, because I'm not hearing much public discussion about it, is that if we are to embark on a legislative council, local government, we must be in a position to sustain ourselves through economic development. We cannot continue this dependency relationship with Grenada, the central government. We must put certain economic structures in place that would facilitate the generation of revenue for the administration of Carriacou. And one such economic benefit, I think, that would result in us having authority over the importation of goods, the distribution of goods, is a duty-free port. It marries well with our culture because our forefathers. So Leo's father, I remember as a boy going to school in St. George's every summer, coming home to visit Mama. We come up with Principal S. Martin Joseph, a gallant mariner. And he lives on time. When you see, he says, drop that bow line. And who on the gangway, stay there. My father, my grandfather, we all mariners, they're all mariners, and they were able to travel to distant lands, in particular St. Martin, Saba, in recent times, Martinique, and bring reasonably priced goods and services to Grenada and to Carriacou. Because the folks in Grenada, when they buy stuff from Carriacou that was brought in through the shooters, they call it, it was competitive price-wise with merchandise sold in St. George's. So my vision of what is possible for a legislative assembly fending for itself is by way of a duty-free port, a free zone, call it what you want. We bring stuff in duty-free. We assign a sales tax to it. I was speaking to our Prime Minister some time ago, and I told him, 2% of a sales tax could go to the Treasury of St. George's, and the rest remain here for our economic development. And it would not be necessary to be asking Grenada for subventions and always in a bully or time stretch.
Yeah.
We must be masters of our own fate and captains of our own economic soul. Yeah. That's all I wish to say. In
Yeah,
beginning.
well, I know you've been talking about this for quite a while. Huh?
That's true.
And it's something that you believe in, that it should happen in order for us to be able to generate funds,
That's right.
in order for us to take care of ourselves and things like that. But I know there is something in the making right now, and the talk has been more of local government, which is something maybe a little bit different to what you're saying, what you're clamoring for.
Well, we end up in the same arena, save and except the local government. You know what's troubling, really, Kim? You hear talk from certain representatives that we start with local government in Carriacou, and it may be amenable to adopting the same model in the parishes of St. George's. No, that's so ridiculous, because Carriacou is an island. It's not a parish.
Yeah.
Okay? Petit Martinique is an island. And as such, there is certain maritime territorial integrity as an island by itself. And therefore, you have special circumstances that will apply to Carriacou and Petit Martinique that will not apply to a parish in Grenada.
Definitely.
You see?
Yeah.
And so that we need to carve out our own model of economic development. I mean, look how resilient we are as a people. It's really marvelous to see how we have come together after major disaster and rebuild. And this is no small talk. Rebuild better than we were before.
Definitely.
Collectively.
Yeah.
So it tells you that we could do it, man.
Yeah.
We have it in us. We are resilient. We are hardworking, and above all, we are peace-loving people. Everybody is a cousin. When I growing up, everybody you see cousin this, cousin Kim, cousin that.
Oh yeah.
It tells you how cemented our community is, and I think we should build on it, and forget about local government or the legislative assembly emerging out of local government would be for the self-determination and the development of Carriacou with its unique and special circumstances, both geographically and maritime-wise. Yeah.
But you mentioned in the beginning, the dependency on maybe central government, if I were to use those words, that we have to depend on them, we should be able to generate our own funds and create our own avenues of revenue.
Precisely.
In order for us to be able to maintain and grow.
And grow the local government, as it were. I prefer to call it the legislative assembly.
Yes, okay.
Or the House of Assembly.
Right, okay. In Tobago, I think they call it
that's how they call it in Tobago.
Yeah, that's what they call it. Yeah.
Since we are harmonizing legislation, I see nothing wrong with adopting certain aspects of their local government, St. Kitts Nevis local government. And what is interesting, you see, I think we were sold out when the Constitutional Commission went to London to get our independence. I think we were sold out. Blaise sold us out because we needed not just a council without a definitive explanation of how this council should be constituted and how it should operate.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
For example, St. Kitts Nevis in the Constitution, Nevis has an option to secede on a referendum. Okay? So that let's assume things happen in Grenada as they did during the revolution and what have you and all this calamity. We should have the opportunity built into our constitution where Carriacou, if we find ourselves in the circumstances where we think we can do it alone, then let's do it. And size wouldn't make a difference. You understand?
Yeah.
If we are resilient and we build ourselves, then we have nothing to fear but fear itself.
Yeah.
And that's how we should inculcate these values to our children coming up. Let them know they're Carriacouans and there's something admirable of being Carriacouan and Petit Martinican because of our geography and our special circumstances. Yes.
But somewhere on the back burner, it has been just put to rest for the longest while. I mean, over maybe since 74? It has just been legislated and put there, and nothing been done since.
Absolutely nothing.
And now I think we're trying to put it now into motion. Right, so Leo, that's what we're trying to do.
Well, I think the difference now and then is what we have, if you want to call it, for want of a better word, a population crisis here.
Yeah.
We saw very few, because anybody who is worth anything or worth this life, anytime they turn 17 or 18, they go into the so-called greener pastures. And Karaku, we lack people. And we, over the years, we've lost that solidarity and the good, authentic, hardcore Karakuan who did for themselves. I don't know where it went to, but boy, it's gone. And I am hoping that somewhere along the line we might be able to get some people from somewhere to bring back our population, because that devastation that was done to Karaku with this division even made for a worse situation. So you have a very small pie that you moved on to divide. And the more you divide, the weaker you get. And that's been a detriment that was done to us in recent times, that I don't know, we've lost the Kakabawi for Kakabawi spirit.
Very true, Leo.
Yes. We lost it.
I think we need to go back into our history, and that's what we could sometimes learn from, take examples from. But as you just mentioned, Solio there, we our population has sort of, moved down, diminished quite a bit, and now we are in a situation, as I'm going to put it, whereby I think we have the support now of our government, to move forward in that direction. And I think we should take advantage and use it.
Well, if you observe, the days between Regatta and Carnival in Grenada is 7 Sundays in Karaku, Every day of this week is a Sunday.
Yeah.
7 Sundays.
7 Sundays. It's a morgue.
Right.
Nothing happening. You see.
Okay.
I still can't catch my bearing. When every time I wake up, I wonder, we look like a Sunday. Look like a Sunday. And nothing happening in Karaku. And that is point for concern.
Yeah.
But you see, Leo, we have an industry here. I mean, and we both in the context of fisheries, okay? Most of the fishermen and come from Karaku and Petit Martinique.
Not Petit Martinique and Karaku.
Petit Martinique and Karaku. You're right. You're perfectly right. But really, when we have started having different fish depots and that, there again, you have to congratulate Trevin, our representative, because he orchestrated the Windward fish market. I know that because I had an integral part in ensuring that fish market got off the ground. And, he has some difficulty because he's fighting to get as much as he can for Karaku, but because of the constitutional arrangement, Karaku could only get so much because the pie has to be divided
among everybody.
Exactly so.
You understand?
Yeah.
So he is really at a disadvantage. And it's fellows like you and I, Leo, who can intervene directly to, as it were, boost his presentations for greater contribution from the central government.
Yes.
And it's not an easy task.
Not at all. But you see, you said something earlier, which I also agree with totally, that I don't think we ever had it better in the sense of the attention paid to Karaku by any administration.
That is very true. Yeah.
And when Mr. Blaise, with all his good intentions, didn't probably have the cooperation of his cabinet as we do today.
Yes.
So I commend Tevin for all the effort that he's made and all that he has accomplished. At the same time, also like to say, and I did mention that to him too, that whenever you sit in cabinet, please say thank you
Yeah.
to the members of cabinet,
Yeah.
because if we hadn't had that kind of cooperation coming from them,
Very true.
we wouldn't have what we have. Yeah,
Yeah.
we're doing a fantastic job. Continue, but let me also say thank you to your administration for supporting you, so you could do something for us.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well said.
Let me just I heard Mr. Claude made a very interesting observation in regards to the type of governance that we could have here in Carriacou. I remember one time, Mr. Claude, you were very much in the forefront of calling for Carriacou to secede from Grenada. Yes. I remember being part of that in some way. I mean, as the journalist, yeah, really. So, do you think? My question is now. I mean, looking back at all the years and now looking at what you have observed and the way in which things are going positively, do you think there is no a need?
Well, yes and no. I mean, there's always a need for self-determination. We're under an arrangement where we are a disadvantaged partner. We're not equal partners with St. George's. Okay, Hillsborough is not an equal partner. But the necessity at the time, because of the callous neglect that past governments had shown to Carriacou, even when we would have had a prime minister from Carriacou, and the place was stagnant. When I came home in '79, it was a terrible situation. And there's no effort to get running water, no effort to get the wells going, no effort, as is the case now. Now I understand that the hospital has been upgraded. You can have X-ray machines and now blood tests. You don't have to necessarily go to Grenada. What ought to be contemplated in the future is having upgraded health centers in the different areas. So you have one in Mount Pleasant, one in Hillsborough here, one maybe in Abbeyvale.
Yeah, right here.
Yes, and you upgrade them for emergency dispatch. Now I think that the hospital is more of, well, not first class, but to what it was years ago, it's first class now. Because if you had a broken leg or a broken arm here in the early days, there was no X-ray machine. I remember when the first X-ray machine came in, Cousin Norman Noel.
No, yeah.
He was a man and he had been trained in America, worked in that capacity. So he was able to man the X-ray machine they had then. But as everything else, you need maintenance, you need technical expertise who would maintain these sophisticated medical, devices. But we didn't have that. So that whole X-ray machine went to fallow. Just so now that we have started, rejuvenated the whole medical equipment and the like at the hospital, the need for separation is not as imminent. Let me see that.
Yeah.
And we have our own fishing industry, which we should develop, and get our own airlift and the like, and keep that money in Carriacou, because it's a lot of foreign exchange that goes to the central government. And since we are the architects of it for the most part, the Gulf fishermen and so forth, Grenville, those are more artisanal fishing. We fish for export, tuna and the like.
Yeah.
So that we should centralize it here in Carriacou and Petit Martinique. Maybe you have a plant, a processing plant in Petit Martinique, because those are the guys who go out in the long distance fishing in the North Atlantic, well, the Atlantic, not North Atlantic, but in the Atlantic Ocean, and bring back tuna, 60 tunas, 50 tunas. You have proper airlift. That's a great source of foreign exchange. Some of it must stay in Carriacou. And the point I was making too, this citizenship by investment program,
Yeah.
I have spoken of this publicly. 25% of whatever investments go to Grenada should come to Carriacou. 25% of the proceeds from the citizenship by investment, we should have 25% of it coming to Carriacou. And different areas of economic activity we must share, and that would alleviate the need for secession.
Yeah.
Because secession comes about when you're neglected. And this is what happened to independent countries who got their independence through neglect. And we don't have cocoa, we don't have nutmeg, we don't have spices. What we have is resilient people who work hard, invest, travel to America, you come back, and you invest at home. Buildings and the like. Look at Leo. The Mermaid Tavern it's one of the best hotels in the Grenadines, not only in Carriacou. So another thing, we have to start focusing on Grenadines cooperation. Because, we could be an economic unit in the touristic industry, tourism. For example, something happened just a few months ago. A ship coming from the north, I think it came from Martinique. The guys go sell fish in Martinique, and they come back with goods. Well, that's our tradition. St. Vincent and the Grenadines Coast Guard pulled that boat into Union, rummage it. It had manifested and unmanifested cargo for Tyrrell Bay. It is traversing the territorial sea of St. Vincent, which, in accordance with the law of the Sea Convention, Article 19 and Article 38, ships of all nations, including landlocked countries, have a right to traverse your territorial sea. We call it innocent passage through the territorial sea. Now, if that boat is doing something prejudicial to the peace, order, and good governance of the coastal state, and it has reasonable and probable grounds to so believe, it can pull it in, board it, determine if it has weapons of mass destruction, whatever. If it has carrying narcotics, that would be prejudicial to the peace, order, and good governance of the state. It would violate the laws of the state. Under those conditions, you can interdict them, bring them in, and take the necessary steps for seizure of cargo and ship. But in this case, they had no reasonable and probable grounds to pull that ship in. They pulled it in, they realized it had cargo merchandise, nothing prejudicial. Those goods weren't destined for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, it was for Carriacou. And therefore, it's a violation of international maritime law to have interdicted that boat. When I spoke to the authorities in St. Vincent, they undertook to release the boat immediately, but they are investigating the cargo. I don't know for what purpose. But I was on a trial in Grenada and couldn't travel to St. Vincent to clear all this up as a maritime law practitioner. So they had a lawyer from St. Vincent addressing the issue. Because I was terribly committed to a trial in the High Court. So that we need agreement. Yeah. I wrote to the foreign minister. I asked Minister Andel in his capacity to file a note of protest against that type of behavior coming from St. Vincent, our neighbor. And we are in such geographically close proximity to St. Vincent. PSV is a stone throw from Petit Martin.
But even parts of inside of Gunpoint here belongs to St. Vincent, yes.
Well, you can't have a sea boundary on land. But that is what used to be said. I mean, I grew up here in that St. Vincent.
On Gunpoint, yes.
But that's old talk. Sea boundaries are for the sea. Land boundaries are for land. So but it tells you how close we are.
Yeah, and that is one of the reasons that Sully you just brought up,
Yeah.
whereby, the Grenadines, should be looked at differently,
Precisely.
Yeah.
And I think our government should begin to negotiate some amicable arrangement whereby our fishermen could go and they can come. Well, in the old days, I don't know if you remember, Kim, but I remember my grandmother sending me down to Hillsborough to buy potatoes and things coming in from Union.
Yeah, well, that was the norm. That was the norm.
Yeah, and groundnuts and all kind of things.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know now. I mean, you have to get a permit to go to Union. And it has nothing, I don't know why these politicians do that to us.
No, we've been clamoring for that for the longest while, And I don't know. I think we need a body of folks from the various islands to bring these things to the government.
Yeah.
Because what is happening in Carriacou now, Carriacou is losing, if not lost, its maritime culture. I remember growing up as a kid in Leicester. Boy, you yearn to go into a boat, even though you're coming last. You want to be on the sea.
Yeah.
Now, you have more seamstresses in Leicester than Silame.
No.
If at all. And in Leicester, Leicester used to be the boat building center of Carriacou.
Yeah.
All this hullabaloo about Winod. I always tell the guys in Winod, you name one schooner for Winod and name two for Leicester.
Yeah. True.
We were big, but
I remember Lucky Star was
Lucky Star, Lucky Mark. All them boats, man. Your dad was so.
Yeah.
But is that we've lost it, and I don't see it coming back anytime soon. Why is it that in our secondary schools, and we have Union as example, you remember a couple of years ago we had intercall, including Union Island. This thing was a bomb.
Yeah.
Some clueless immigration officer from Grenada came here and was trying to impose so much rules and regulations on the kids coming from Union Island that the people just stopped coming.
Yeah.
We saw very few we could do with every additional person that we get.
That's right.
And Union Island, is not just the proximity of the islands, but we have family members, people, blood relatives.
Yeah. Well, my great grandfather came from Ashton, Union.
Well, of course.
Charles Cloud.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, I remember, you see, there's Monkololo in Leicester, we call Brackenow Hill. Back in the day, well, the guys had nets and they were not big enough sometimes to handle the flow of jacks and kuvalis and so roaming there. So whenever you see a big school of jacks and the seine in Leicester can handle it, they go to Monkololo and light them on fire. And before you know it, the guys from Union come along and join forces. And vice versa, we'll do the same thing, they go up to Rafale.
That's right.
So that was the kind of interaction we have between and among the islands.
Yeah. Well, I remember, up until 2 years ago, I always made it my duty to go up to Beckway Regatta because it's around Easter.
Yeah.
And then the guys in Bogles, because Union had a sort of carnival around that time. Easter time.
Yeah.
And we just jump in a speedboat and we dash over, we party there, jump up in the streets, have a contingency from Bogles. Nowadays, you can't do that. You have to get a permit from here before you enter. But I don't worry that. I sail in and I go as I used to. Go up in the Grenadines, come out in Myro. I have family in Union. I go by Ashton. I don't worry this nonsense. But it is important in the development of our tourism for the Grenadines that we cooperate in this regard, so that if a tourist comes to Carriacou and they want to explore the Grenadines, once they're here, they can go any part of the Grenadines.
Right, yeah.
The tourists come into the Union, they want to come down to the largest of the Grenadines, Carriacou and Petit Martinique, they can do that without necessarily, once they enter any one of the Grenadines island, you're free to travel throughout.
You know what's sad? What they're trying to enforce, there's so many inlets and bays here in the Grenadines that I don't know if they employ the British Navy, they can enforce what they're trying to enforce. We just simply don't have the manpower or what it takes to do what they're trying to do. So you can tell a guy every day, every God-given day, people coming from India and going back there.
Yeah.
What immigration are we talking about? Waste of time.
Waste of time.
So that should be official.
Yeah. That's the whole point. And I think we should make it a campaign issue here.
Yes,
You
yes,
understand
yes,
what
yes,
I mean?
yes.
So that
for the
when
longest while.
we send someone to Grenada, that is part of the representation we expect. That you would, through diplomatic channels, of course, work to have a harmonized touristic product throughout the Grenadines. So we're speaking of Carriacou, Union, PSV, Biggie Martin, the whole Myro, Canon, Beckway.
Yes.
Once you land on one, you're free to visit all.
Yes, that is.
Well, hopefully, you know, that should happen, because I know I spoke to our minister not too long ago, and he said that something was in the making whereby these discussions were taking place.
Good.
So hopefully, you know, we should get some good results in the very near future.
Yeah.
But you know, I find that, you know, that Grenadines unity, or that free for all through the Grenadines, I find it taking too long. It reminds me of local government.
Yeah.
Must move on.
I guess I guess the issue of local government is now in the air, because we were told some months ago that something will be brought to Parliament to get the process
very
going.
soon. Yeah, well, that was talked about. Mr. Prime Minister promised to come here.
Yeah,
to
no,
explain
but
that to
I'm
us,
saying we have many options. Local government, which is constitutional, in terms of what is written in the the constitution. We also have a choice of House of Assembly. Assembly is what you mentioned in Barbados, and believe it or not, at some stage that will have to come in the mix. Session is also an option. Of course, we know that it might not be the best thing, but I'm just saying these are things that we need to discuss and look at the positive values of all of them. So, having been told that local government will be taken in Parliament, now I am looking forward to hear the debate, because it has to be a debate, not just something you say you impose on the people. Because there are options. There are options that we can accomplish the same thing or even more if we really put our heads together and try to understand what are the long-term implications for all of them, because they do have.
Yeah, of course. And this is why I had suggested, Sir Leo, that we consider, we don't have to redo the mill and the wheel. Look at Trinidad and Tobago. Tobago House of Assembly.
Well, right.
Look at St. Kitts and Nevis, the Nevis House of Assembly.
Antigua Barbuda.
Is there a Dominican version also? Dominican?
No. Dominica doesn't have Dominica has a federation. But Dominica doesn't own islands. I mean, you know.
No, they have no.
There's a dispute with Bud Island, Avies Island.
Oh yeah, okay.
But Dominica doesn't fall in that category. I'm at a loss trying to figure out why we're not paying more attention, because you see, Carriacou as it is, we have probably 1,000 times the sea area than we have land area. And why is it that every young Carriacouan should be skilled in marine affairs? And that subject should be, first hand in our secondary schools. But we don't even have that in our primary schools. Everybody seems to think that the seawater is a down class, is a low class profession. And, it's so much more lucrative than the bank. Of course. And for food security.
Yeah.
I mean, fish is so rich in protein and other minerals and the like. I mean, it's a healthy
but I say in In time to come, eh?
In time to come.
In time to come, yes.
Well,
In
boy,
time to come, yes.
because
That's
Possible. In time to come.
Crocro,
Yeah, in time to come. Okay. let me open up the lines now. 403-0101, 403-0101, 443-0101, and 458-1914. The lines are open. We'll be entertaining calls, and some of the topics and things that you want to speak about, feel free to do so. But before we even start taking the calls, there is something that transpired yesterday in a press conference, and that has been making headlines very hot in the
Oil and
in the
gas?
air right now. Oil and gas.
gas and oil.
Well,
Gas.
I'll be very gassy if we can get into it.
And after listening to the discussions in the press conference, I'm very much amazed to see some of the information that's coming out of this this press conference yesterday. I'm still very, very surprised that what was taking place, and all the lines are like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All phones are lighting up. Vibes FM, take the first one. WhatsApp caller, come in. WhatsApp caller.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Good
Yes.
morning.
Yes, good morning.
sir.
Yes.
I would like to know from Mr. Cloden if Carriacou did not have local government before, because I remember as a little boy growing up, Grenada had local government, and there is a building, a two-story building in the Market Square, close to Grenville Street. They used to call it the district board. Okay, so now, if local government were part of Grenada at one time, why that have to go to Parliament when it was there? Was it abolished through the Parliament or not? On the other hand, I also learned that under Isi Joshua, that was the premier, they had something with Grenada whereby even children from the Vincentian Grenadines were schooling in Carriacou. I don't know how true that one is, but if it is so, I would like to hear confirmation. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Clovey, you want to make any comment on
Yes.
that?
Well, yeah, I remember when I went down to school in Grenada, there was, you're perfectly right, district board, and you had a mayor, Mr. Archibald. I don't know if Sir Leo remembers Ponty and Boy's father.
Yes.
He was, I think, the mayor of St. George's.
Yeah, okay.
But that type of local government is not the exact type we envisage to introduce here in Carriacou. As I said, we're not a parish, okay? And we have special circumstances geographically, both ourselves and PP Martinique. And as Sir Leo had pointed out, we have tremendous maritime resources, so that our local government would be different in form than what is envisaged for St. George's. But you're right, they had a form of local government.
Well, even in Carriacou too, I remember, in fact, so Leo, you remember, I think there was a Calypsonian who once even sang a song, I think it was Black Hat, maybe, who said, no sense in having a district board, and they wouldn't fix the road,
Yeah. Yes, we had one time. Yes, we're very active.
We had something of the nature, some sort of assembly or district board in Carriacou that was taking care of the affairs. But over the years, that has sort of just disappeared, and
because
now,
they want elected members.
Yeah.
What we are contemplating here is a house of assembly, a legislative house of assembly with elected members.
Yes. I think that was the issue.
Yeah.
They were just appointed.
Mayor or somebody.
Yeah, right. That couldn't work.
That couldn't work.
Couldn't last.
But our constitution, I mean, the ideas, and I'm listening to the conversation and the thoughts that what should happen in Carriacou and Petit Martinique is as what the constitution says, 106. There shall be. Didn't say anything about other parishes on the mainland. Yes. So Carriacou and Petit Martinique, the contemplation there was quite different. There shall be. It is a constitutional matter that where there ought to be some form of council, some form of governance structure.
Yes.
In Carriacou and Petit Martinique. So I mean, I think we should not just overlook it, but we should try to implement it based on the constitution of
Vibes FM caller, 99 caller. Hello? Okay, we just lost our caller there. Okay. Right here, but what you're saying there makes a lot of sense. Let me try to just play this clip. I was going to play it as we were speaking about what transpired yesterday, because there's a big talk in the air right now.
We found a company that had failed in several material respects to meet its obligations to our country. GPG did not complete the minimum work it committed to do. GPG did not produce a development plan that met the standard of the agreement or the standard that the international oil and gas industry expects. And importantly, GPG could not show that it had the funds or the money in hand to carry out the work it kept promising to do. Now, GPG has spoken publicly about the scale of its investment in this project, while by its own accounting, continuing to seek outside partners to help fund it. But under the terms it signed with the government of Grenada, GPG was required to report its expenditure to the government every month. It never did so. Without those reports, this government is not in a position to confirm any figure that GPG has put forward, and we will not repeat numbers that we cannot ourselves verify. A company that will not account for what it says it has spent certainly cannot be trusted that it will spend what it proposes to spend. Many will ask, why are we taking the decisions we are taking now? And I will answer this directly. We chose not to act in haste. In 2022, the government established a technical working group made up of capable Grenadians, led by the former Minister for Finance, Mr. Victor Nazim Book. The technical working group had a clear mandate to assess the oil and gas potential of our waters and to see that any development coming out of our oil and gas industry benefits the citizens and the people of Grenada. Since 2023, that technical working group has engaged directly with GPG. We requested the updated development plans and the technical documentation necessary to assess whether this project could ever deliver for our country. We extended every reasonable opportunity. Grenada notified GPG both formally of every breach of the agreement we found. We gave them the opportunity to respond in writing and in person. GPG has failed to remedy those breaches. And so, citizens of Grenada, the decision that this government has taken after 18 years without any production, without any accountability, and without any results is to bring this arrangement to an end.
Okay, that was our Prime Minister just speaking there. Before we make any comments, I have too many calls just waiting. Let me try to take the landline caller first. Landline caller, come in. Caller,
good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Kim the King.
Yes, good morning, yes.
I must try to see if I could get a piece of this conversation this morning, especially when you have a certain man in that studio, the most honorable Cloydon. He's my personal friend. He's a man that guides me in certain things and with good behavior and everything. As a matter of fact, I'm proud to say this morning I used to coach Mr. Cloydon's son and Mr. George Prime and Miss Duncan. So I had 3 lawyers, children under my arm. And I want to say big up to you, Mr. Cloydon. It's a long time you ain't here with me, and it's a long time I ain't call you. But I have to reach you. And I know you can attest to that. You are trust me with your son, just like Prime and Miss Duncan.
That is true.
Anyhow, this conversation reminds me back of faithful Sea Fortress, Miriam B. when all they talk about vessels and all kind of thing pouring down on the wharf, because you know I from the wharf, I know from the Carolina. The wharf, when you're born in the front line, you're from the wharf. When you're from Third Street, you're from the Carolina. Am I right, Mr. Cloyd?
You're perfectly right.
Right?
I'm always on the wharf.
I talk to you, and Mr. Cloydon is a very honest man. Nobody could call his name in no bubble. Anytime he speak from the heart. And Mr. Cloydon, you speak just like Kim. So, Leo, and Brother Call, and that is the reason why my man like me does be calling this program, because this is very educational. I'll sit back and listen. Give primary regards, Mr. Claude.
Okay.
Thank
All
you,
right.
thank you, thank you
Next,
very much.
WhatsApp caller. WhatsApp caller, come in. Caller, you next.
Hello?
Yes, yes. Go right ahead. Yes.
Yeah, I'm just calling to I just going off script a little bit, right? I don't know if you're hearing me.
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Loud and
Yes.
clear.
Right. The problem I have, I'm calling from Guelph, St. John's. The problem I have is that I see the government materials for the road are being used to pave people private yards and driveways. And I don't know if that is right. I don't know if you all could look into it sometime, please.
Exactly where in Guam is this happening?
On the road to Florida.
Okay.
They start coming down from Florida, all of a sudden they stop and they start doing people private yards and driveways.
I would advise, though, caller, if you don't think if you try to contact the representative, the parliamentary rep in that area, you might be able to get some answers.
No, I don't want answers from them. I want you all have the influence, and I want you to go all wide.
Yeah.
Go to them, they're going to stay right there.
Okay.
You understand? The road needs fixing, and they're fixing people's yard. As a matter of fact, up to this morning, they was paving somebody's yard.
Okay.
And they're saying about it, and the road from Guam to Florida needs, the potholes need filling up. And I find that's real stupidness now.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
443-0101, 403-0101 if you want to call and join the conversation. Now, before I play that clip, and there's a lot of talk about the oil and gas situation, which has never been, bottled to the public ever since. And you know that we have the government doing the investigation now.
Yeah.
And recently, our government suspended the contract, with GPG, right? Okay.
GPG.
And there's a lot of questions being asked about it. And now they're finding out that there is a lot of things that took place that is not basically has come to light to the public.
Yes.
And there's a lot of eyebrows opening now as to what has been going on.
Kim,
Yeah.
let me say this, because I have had a share in the doings. I was on the commission that delimited a single maritime boundary with the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago as advisor to the delegation, legal advisor, as a maritime law expert. And I specifically did delimitation of maritime boundaries. Dolliver Nelson, a very distinguished Canadian who was at the United Nations and the drafting committee, he was one of my professors at Dalhousie, where Bishop wanted me to concentrate on delimitation, which I did. The greater part of Law of the Sea thesis was on delimitation of maritime boundary, Caribbean-wise.
Yeah.
Fortuitously, I was nominated by the then Prime Minister Tillman Thomas and Peter David, who was then Minister of Foreign Affairs, to be advisor to the delegation on delimitation. So myself and Ambassador Thompson of blessed memory were the two experts. Coincidentally, we attended the same university in Canada. We only have two Canadian universities teaching maritime law. Now, we were made aware of certain deposits of both oil and natural gas. With respect to Trinidad and ourselves, there's one block, 21 and 22, and the line cuts the top of 21, I think 21 or 22, and it goes way east. But with Venezuela, with whom, and there's deposits there, you can tell the Russians themselves under the Bishop administration did some seismic work in that general maritime area between Grenada, Trinidad, Venezuela, and to some extent the Eastern Caribbean as far northwest as St. Vincent. So it covered quite a range in the seismic exploration. Now, when we delimited, we, through the United Nations, auspices of the United Nations agencies that were present at the delimitation conferences, it took us about 6 months. We went to Trinidad. Trinidad came here, and as the case may be. But it was generally accepted that there's deposits, exploitable deposits, within those blocks that Grenada had agreed as an annex to the treaty that Trinidad would do the exploration and we would share in the royalties. And there's an addendum to that agreement, signed by the respective parties. Well, up come the Mitchell administration, Keith Mitchell, and he decided to take a different turn and didn't necessarily allow Trinidad to exploit those areas that fall within Grenada's jurisdiction under the treaty. But what is significant in all of this is, and it would be done to our economic development with respect to natural gas, because we have oil in exploitable quantities, but it is tremendously expensive to drill in those areas if we go to do it alone by certain international companies. They're not too happy or so economically inclined to drill in those depths where 21. As a matter of fact, when you come in from Trinidad, you see one of the rigs. If you visit Trinidad and you're flying over, that rig is on block 22, part of block 22. And it is felt that through subterraneous passage, because under the sea you have rivers and currents and everything, it is believed that a lot of the oil is draining from 22 into 21. I don't know. But significantly, we established what is called a tripartite point, where Grenada and Trinidad boundary meet. That is where we would have to start negotiating with Venezuela. Tripartite. Okay. And what I know from my own knowledge, both when I worked with Fisheries and Oceans Canada, and also from maps that were disclosed to us on the delegation, we have tremendous deposits of natural gas on what used to be the continental shelf of Venezuela, which in fact came right up on the Point Celine, a natural prolongation of the continental shelf of Venezuela. And that's where you have all the natural gas. If you go from Grenada, going down to Trinidad, southwest, the parts as shallow as 6 feet. You literally see the bottom. I go fishing there sometimes. And you travel 5 miles down. And there are certain areas that are quite shallow. And those are the areas where you have tremendous deposits of natural gas. So I would think that, look, it's not difficult to have an arrangement with Venezuela, although it's difficult in the sense that that area of exploration is governed by the military on advice. But we should be in a position to negotiate with them as an interim measure to the final negotiating undertaking to permit us to do drilling on the continental shelf that is right on the Point Celine. That's a natural prolongation of the South American territory. And we have it.
But isn't Venezuela saying that to drill in that area that you're talking about will be tapping into their vein?
Not necessarily, because the gas deposits are different to oil deposits. Significantly different. Where you have remember this dragon thing with Trinidad and Venezuela? What do you call it? The dragon something. I can't quite remember the name. But it's a whole field. The natural gas, the seabed and subsoil, where natural gas is found. It's a component of certain areas of the ocean. Just as you find oil in certain areas, there's certain areas you find natural gas. And we have it in abundance. It's a matter of negotiating to exploit it. And that's where I think our emphasis should be. Because people are moving away from fossil fuel and that sort of thing now. So it may not be as lucrative to go after oil as gas. So I hope our representatives are thinking of that. And in that context.
But that this GPG.
Yeah, they signed an agreement.
That information that you're given, I suppose they should be aware of it. And if in fact, I know they said they've given them four
blocks.
I wonder if that area that we're talking about, that will encompass any of the 4 blocks.
I don't have a clue.
Well, I don't
because we had an agreement with Trinidad for the exploration and exploitation of our area in those blocks.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? We have the line cuts, but at the top of block 21 and 22, that's where the line, the single boundary is cadastrally plotted. And it was for that reason we saying to Trinidad, look, at the time, we would permit you to go ahead and explore and pay us a certain amount of royalties. That wasn't worked out. But what was worked out is the intention to exploit and also to manage environmentally. We were concerned of, exploitation of oil and so forth. You would have oil spills and how it would affect fisheries. It's a comprehensive agreement that was signed to include environmental concerns, the effects on fish stocks and the like, and all of that. I don't know what has become of that.
Vibes FM caller?
Good morning, Kim and the panel and Brotherhood.
Yeah.
And compare Claudine, nice hearing your voice again. Long time I haven't seen you on the beach. But straight to the point. Listen, I would like to know how can you and your Brotherhood of the Legal Fraternity guarantee royalties of coming to all of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique when the oil and gas, although you just mentioned that oil will not be around gas won't be around too much longer. There'll be a while before until they find a way how the UFO travel, those large mega ships and mega yachts will be using oil and gas. Okay? So I would like for you to concentrate on the royalties for all Grenadans, Petit Martinique, and Carriacouians. And the other thing is how soon will we see the license of cannabis is another major economics for Grenada again. When will we get these licenses in the hands of people who want to do for medicinal purposes? I know you enjoy your recreational. Yes, we need to get the license. How soon will that? Have a good day.
Well said. Now, let me tell you, this is a pressing problem. About 4 weeks ago, the executive members of the Cannabis Committee, of which I'm chair, made a presentation to Cabinet. And, things move. I'm pleased with the progress this government has made with respect to decriminalizing marijuana, preventing our young people from being stigmatized with custodial sentences or heavy fines, and the whole thrust is changed from being punitive to be rehabilitative, so that you can have on your person 56 grams. That's for your private use, recreationally. But the problem we now face, and which is a serious problem, and I am calling on the authorities to address this issue. The law permits you to grow 4 trees per household, okay? and it's not per person, it's per household. So that the household, if you have 10 persons in there, you have
4 trees.
4 trees. What has been happening? The minister, I gave him the St. Kitts Act, Freedom of Conscience, 2023-24, which says you must pass regulations to govern the growing of these trees. So you must have a registration system. So that's before you get to the licensing. Because when you get a license, you're dealing with medicinal cannabis. And you need license to produce, and that's a whole different industry. And that's where the money is. I mean, Canada last year declared $15 billion in profits from the sale of cannabis. As a matter of fact, right here in Grenada, we've been importing cannabis from the United States. From Canada, you hear guys talking about Canadian Kush. And that seemed to fetch a high price, $20 per little piece of Kush, because Canada has scientifically explored the medicinal and recreational benefits of cannabis and has engineered the seeds in such a manner that it would not have any adverse effect on the brain. You hear people say, oh, this, that, and the other. When you mix cannabis with anything else, you call it crack and what have you, that is where the difficulty lies. But if you use cannabis in its natural, pure form, it helps in healing of the human body. If you have epilepsy, it's well documented. Dr. Sanjay Gupta, a neurologist and on CNN, weed 1, 2, and 3. He himself was skeptical at one time, and now he is the biggest promoter of medicinal cannabis because it's a healing herb. I gave the minister the St. Kitts Nevis model that regulates the distribution, the planting, and the like. Up to now, it hasn't been promulgated as a regulation. It doesn't have to go SR&O. It doesn't have to necessarily go to Parliament. He can do it under Sections 12 of the Drug Prevention and Control Act. And the amended Cannabis Act would also permit him to promulgate this regulatory mechanism whereby you register, so each household, and if you're growing it, because this is the beginning of the medicinal aspect of the industry. So we begin by having you plant 4 trees, use it for tea, you use the oil for inflammation of the joints. I mean, it's a multiplicity of use you could put to it. What the police have been doing, because you have a fellow in there, one ACP Cohen, who has misconstrued the importance of the 4 trees per household. And the police have been going to people's home, rooting up their trees and going away with it. And this is harassment. It's intolerable because the law permits it. What has to take place is regulations to say, if you're a household, you intend to grow medicinal 4 trees, you must register. Okay. So we know how many households, how many trees are being cultivated. If you exceed the amount of the trees the law permits, then you will be given a ticket. You won't be arrested and taken to a police station and all that crap. You will be given what is called a fixed penalty ticket. And you may be fined $300 if you have 6 trees rather than 4. But we need to get this thing going. An election is coming around. The last time we won because Peter and NMP couldn't pass a legislation, hide and seek. We said, look, we're going to come in, we're going to decriminalize this. We are not going to stigmatize your young people. They could go to university, you could join the police force, because if you have a conviction, it doesn't say how much. It just says a drug conviction for narcotics. And there your career go down the drain. So what we are saying is, look, let's get this thing going. We're going to come in with the cannabis industry, and that is going to create massive employment for people because it comes in different phases. Right now, where are we to get seeds to plant the 4 trees? You have to import it. But you have to pass regulations saying you relax the importing restriction and say each importer could bring in maybe a small bag, 20 pounds of seeds. For what? For epilepsy, for prostate cancer, for diabetes. When you hear the importance of the cannabis industry for medicine, it's phenomenal the amount of money you can make. And look, St. Vincent is in the business. They've been exporting medicinal cannabis to Europe.
Yeah.
And millions and millions of dollars. We have been importing cannabis ipso facto, whatever, not medicinal necessarily, but that's where we get our weed from in Grenada. And the best weed you can have is grown in Grenada, spice weed. We have the best soil for everything. Could you imagine how productive cannabis would be medicinally in Grenada?
Vincentian will dispute what you're saying because they seem to think that the best cannabis come from the Soufriere area in St. Vincent. But I was hoping, though, that we're not changing things around. I was hoping that they wouldn't get you started on this cannabis before we finish with GPG.
Okay, hold on a second. Let me take it. Line 9 caller, come in.
Oh, good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Tim and your panelists.
Yes, good morning.
And your special guest, Anselm Clouden.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't want to lose the important topic of local government. I think it's so very, very important to know what will happen once we get local government. I have an idea of how local government is funded outside of Grenada and in the more Western countries. But I was wondering, well, how will our local government here in Carriacou and Petit-Martinique be funded? So I was so happy when Mr. Clouden came on and was giving some ideas as to how local government in Carriacou and Petit-Martinique can be funded. I love the idea of the CIB, the investment program.
Yeah.
Getting money from the CIB investment program. And I was also thinking about the VAT, the value added tax collected locally and the property tax as well, because I really do think that these revenue streams would allow our local government to function efficiently and effectively when we have the capital injection that we need coming from such resources. And I think also that any activities in Carriacou and Petit-Martinique that generate income from, say, our fisheries and agriculture program will also, should be retained in Carriacou and Petit-Martinique. So thank you, Mr. Clouden. I was very, very interested to get some idea as to how we will be funded or how we can be funded when we get our local government in Carriacou and Petit-Martinique. So thank you for that and for being on the program to explain all this to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Kim, just
go ahead.
on it still.
Yes, go ahead.
Powers and procedure of the Legislative Assembly. Subject to the Constitution of Grenada, the Governor General, with the advice and consent of the Legislative Assembly, may make laws for peace, order, and good government of Carriacou and Petit-Martinique. I wanted to show the importance of a legislative assembly rather than just a local government. We need an assembly.
Yeah.
Good.
Definitely.
And that assembly, subject to the Constitution, the Governor General, the consent of the Legislative Assembly would cause certain laws to be passed. So we would have a lawmaking function here for laws of a local nature, directed specifically to Carriacou and Petit Martinique. You're with me?
Right.
Very good.
Right. Okay.
Very good.
Okay. Well, we need that when we could local laws, our own local laws. Okay. 443-0101, 403-0101, and 458-1914 if you want to call and join the conversation. A lot of things that have been discussed this morning. But so Leo, let me get back on what you were just talking about there, as to the agreements and what happened to GPG and why the contract was suspended, and why our Prime Minister, together with his team, had to come out yesterday in the press conference to explain to the people of Grenada, why they had to do what they did.
Well, I'm kind of concerned about the legitimacy of this what do we call it?
GPG.
Because I find there are too many missing pieces to that puzzle. We're talking about 18 years now, 18 years. And a lot of the things they said that they promised to do,
they did not do it.
They didn't do it. And they were not forthcoming with documentation, etc., which sort of rubbing me wrong as to the type of people that we're dealing with. A few years ago, you remember that BCC in America is a banker. They call it BCC, Banker Crooks and Criminals.
Yes.
So it seems to me that we have a magnet for CNC, Crooks and Criminals, coming to Grenada. Because how on earth something as important as our oil reserve? I could remember some time ago that I think it's Ronald Benjamin is his name. Ronald, yes. He was he was coming on television and saying that our government had gotten into some deal with some guy called Grindberg.
Yes. Grindberg,
yeah. Where this Grindberg had an arrangement with the government of Grenada to prospect for Grenada reserves for $16,000. I said, well, Reno had to be out of his mind, but he was saying, listen to me, I'm a lawyer, here are the documents. So I am just talking out both sides of the mouth. There's some truth to that.
That's true, yeah.
And now we're talking about this GPT, what again, these guys.
Hold that GPG. Vibes FM, WhatsApp caller coming.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good morning again.
Yeah.
Directed to Mr. Claude. Well, one, the schooling thing where I said I heard that in the Vincentian Grenadian students used to come over to Carriacou for schooling. I need a confirmation on that. And also with the marijuana issue, I fully agree with what you said. And having a copy of the St. Kitts legislation is a help to make things easier for Grenada. I don't know if something or somebody is pulling up that, but I think it is high time, since you all had the last thing where you authorize or take away the stigma from people found with marijuana. I thought by now you all would have complete the entire thing.
Well,
come on, it is high. It will benefit Grenada. Why hold it back?
Yeah, very true, man.
You importing when you could grow. Yeah. It will be better for you to grow yourself instead of importing. So all these islands and them are ahead of us. Big United States, they're in that too, not just Canada. I had to get the name of the county, not county, but the what do you call them?
The state?
It's a state.
Colorado.
Right.
Started it.
There comes a time, a Saturday, where all smokers can go on that compound, okay, and smoke, but they're not allowed to leave the compound with it. Okay, so even America is part of the whole thing. So what is setting back local Grenada when that will help our economy. Thank you very much.
Okay. I could come on to briefly because I've had a share in the doings. You have some people that the church and the you understand. I won't go into it in detail, but you'll be shocked to know who they are.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Listen to this.
License agreement or license. There was a PSA, production sharing agreement. There was a participation agreement. This in which the government agreed with GPG that it will take 30% of the stake in the investment. GPG will put all the monies up front, and then they will recover the money, and government will have a 30% stake in the profits. There was this block reservation agreement that the Prime Minister was speaking about, which essentially said, we have 7 blocks, we have 11 blocks, but we're going to get a development license on 4 of them, and the other 7, you're going to give us a block reservation agreement where you agree that you won't give it to anybody else while we are working on the 4, but they've never worked on the 4. So the 7 were just sitting there, yeah? And then you had this, what they're calling a monetization agreement, where they entered into some arrangement, which we have not seen the document itself, but we've seen documents that make reference to it, that they would give the government monies up front, which they will collect back once we start producing oil. And in that regard, they claim that they gave the government $19 million. We have not seen, as I said, the document, but we've seen many references to that $19 million being paid out.
Okay, that's
in my experience, that's the entitlement.
That's Nazim.
Yes, I know. Yes.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, go ahead.
Because I mean, citizens of Grenada, Carriacou, Martinique, with all this talk about oil and gas, even though there seemed to have been a suspension for a while, a lot of people still want to know what's the status of that situation.
Right, yeah.
And waiting to find out if indeed there is oil and gas in Grenada. Some that we could prospect for and get. But at this point in time, it seems we're at point 0. And I'd like to get some more information from GPT, what the findings were.
But they're not coming forward with any more information. That's what the government is trying to say, that they are at a standstill when it comes to GPG because they have not been responding.
So what is that $19 million for?
Well, apparently, according to what they were saying, is that they were going to give them this money up front, and when they go through the blocks, the 4 blocks that they were supposed to do some
claim it down the road.
Yeah, then when they come back,
yeah,
they're going to get the money back, and then we're going to get some maybe other revenue from it or something of the nature. But nothing of that has transpired. But what Nazim was saying there is that they claim that the $19 million was sent to the government in advance of the exploration. So they're trying to track down now where this $19 million is. They can't find no traces of it.
Well, what government was in office then?
The NNP administration.
All right. So they should be able to disclose where that money is.
Well, apparently it doesn't seem as though they are taking part in the discussion.
Yeah.
Seems as though they're absent because
I think I heard some comments from the minister at the time, Gregory Boyne.
Mm.
Yes, dismissing the idea that no monies can be accounted for. I'm just saying. I think I heard him making reference to that, denying that has happened, and he was the minister at the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I think I heard a clip one time too. That's what he was saying. In that they were saying that they couldn't find records, but the records are there. So I would say right there and then, I mean, they can't find the record. They're doing all what they can in their powers to find the records, and you still can't find the records. Something ain't right, because the Prime Minister had to make some comments again on this $90 million and what has transpired. Now, listen in this clip. In this clip, you're going to hear of a permanent secretary from some ministry that he says doesn't exist, that was doing some negotiations.
That the government of Grenada entered into an agreement to do a seismic survey of Grenada seabed. Do you know how we discovered this? Because someone pretending to be a permanent secretary in one of the ministries in the government of Grenada. A permanent secretary who doesn't exist, a ministry which doesn't exist.
You hear that?
Wow.
A permanent secretary who doesn't exist.
And
a ministry doesn't exist.
Own that company, saying to that company, we want you to share the seismic data that you have with us, and that I'm authorized by the government of Grenada to do so. That company felt something was suspect and reached out to the government. And in reaching out, that is how we discovered that the government of Grenada had entered into that contract for that company to engage in a seismic survey of Grenada. We actually did not even find a cabinet conclusion that supported the government of Grenada entered into that contract. It was simply a contract entered into, and based on the documents we found by the then minister authorizing this company to proceed with the seismic survey. The seismic survey took place. There was no actual formal or written agreement for the seismic survey to be done. There was no agreement that spoke to how Grenada would benefit if the data was then licensed or sold to third parties. It was only under this technical working group that we were then in a position to actually formally enter into a contract with the seismic survey company. And I would put it this way. The company was already sub-licensing and selling that data to petroleum companies and generating revenue from it. And it actually told us they couldn't give us our share because we don't have a formal agreement in place. And that their bank wouldn't allow them to wire the money unless there was a formal agreement in place. Now, this has nothing to do with GPG. But the point I'm making, Dr. Bob, is there was simply no documentation, no transition brief that was indicated to anybody coming into this matter that, for example, this company had a contract with the government of Grenada to do a seismic survey of oil and gas. This is not a contract to plant a nutmeg tree.
You have to understand that way.
You know what bothers me sometimes? Some journalists, they'll get one side of information. For example, you listen to GPG and you come in with your chest swell as though you have a got you question or a got you statement. How are days that you never tell us about and that isn't really happening? As per GPG, that you can even find. So,
as we sometimes say, more questions than answers. Vibes FM, landline caller. Landline caller. Yes, go ahead. Yes.
Morning, man.
Yeah, morning. Yes.
Mr. Clouden, Savio, everybody. Morning.
Yeah, morning.
Well, this is educational to me. Because what I heard the Prime Minister said, and you all are speaking, I listen to everybody. Boy, it's no wonder why Grenada lose so much money and nobody get jailed, boy. I tell you, I finished speak. I ain't saying no.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Yeah, well, there's a lot of questions and answers. And this is what the government is looking into right now to find out exactly what transpired, because we can't find the documentation and no one outside in the administration is really cooperating to say, well, look here, look there, or whatever. They're looking for $19 million right now, and they're still looking to see where that $19 million
they should hire me out.
Yes. And this kind of evasive behavior, you wonder who you're dealing with.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Well, my one of the concerns, I appreciate the concern that everybody would have. But how could a ghost PS, somebody who purports to be a PS and is not a PS, represent a ministry
that doesn't exist?
I mean, it baffles me. Really, you say you are PS, but it's not true. You say you're writing on behalf of a ministry that doesn't exist, and the ministry, of course, working on behalf of the government. So you don't think at some stage the government will get involved and know that there is no such ministry?
Well, I mean, but who was orchestrated that in the first place is what you have to ask, and who is going to investigate that?
No, the thinking is that administration will be there forever and a day.
Okay.
And nothing will ever change,
Yeah.
and certain things wouldn't come to question.
Yes.
So it's who you're dealing with, we have everything wrapped up. We all on one side in opposition.
Well, I think I heard the Prime Minister said there that the minister gave the okay to conduct the survey. Because for them to do it, I would think that they had to get some authority.
Well, the Ghost Minister is talking about
authorization.
Mhm.
No, it was not Ghost Minister. The minister is real, but the PS that is Ghost.
Let me tell you what. Which ministry they were talking about? As I tell me the minister is real. Which ministry were they talking about?
Which ministry?
Listen again.
A permanent secretary doesn't exist. A ministry which doesn't exist wrote that company, saying to that company, we want you to share the seismic data that you have with us, and that I'm authorized by the government of Grenada to do so.
No
That
PS, no
company
ministry.
Felt some.
See, the ministry doesn't exist. The permanent secretary doesn't exist, or anything to do with that. So, is there any way to trace that to Mr. Claudine? You, more.
You have a FIU that's there to investigate white collar crimes for the most part. You can access Scotland Yard, you can access the FBI through diplomatic channels.
That is if you really want to investigate.
That's if you really want to investigate. But you see, this is the problem with us, man. Just let things slide. Somebody must be held responsible for impersonating a permanent secretary and also pretending that you're supervising a ministry that doesn't exist. Who is responsible?
And they actually got the seismic survey that they were benefiting from.
That's right. And selling it to third parties.
Yeah.
And Grenada doesn't even have access to it.
Well, hold on.
That's what happened there, you know?
Yeah, I'm hearing you hear what happened there. But there's another. Let me take a call first. Vibe FM, landline caller coming. Landline caller. Caller?
Good morning, and how are you doing?
Okay.
All right. When I hear in this little thing there now, it makes me believe now they didn't sign no agreement now. So all the money what the country should be getting is that the NMP will be getting it to campaign for the next election. All this among the money was supposed to be given up to the government. You know, that is what they did. Yeah. What they did, they didn't make no good agreement. So the money will be going to the NMP. Yeah.
Well, yeah, go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so that I think the government do the right thing now, bring this neck one time, and do what they have to do now.
Okay.
All right, so all the best.
Okay, thank you so much. We're talking about the existing, there was no permanent secretary or whatever. This can't happen just like that. Come on, guys. Can't happen just like that.
Well, of course not.
Something, like we just say, a cook-up taking place.
Of course.
Something taking place.
And those in position of power must have known of it.
There's no if about it. You can go and represent the government under some agreement like that and making these negotiations or whatever you've been doing there, and the government is not aware of it. The government must be aware of it. This government now is investigating.
Yeah.
But the government of the day must have known about
But
it.
that's why I'm saying that there are too many missing pieces to that puzzle. But that's the way these guys do things. They keep themselves absorbed from what's happening, and there is no black and white to hold them to anything.
Precisely. That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
You can't catch them on anything unless you become intrusive in your investigation, and you would find out ultimately who is behind all of this, and who has benefited unjustly, who has been unjustly enriched as a result of this scheme that they have put together. Well orchestrated.
Yeah.
You forget the Polish contribution had no owner.
Okay. Yes. But again, said there was no oil and gas, right? And remember the Prime Minister on the eve of the 2018 election, bragged about oil and gas.
Yes, right.
Yes.
Oil and gas that you want to live for Nazimbok.
Yeah.
Right.
Nazimbok, come and find the
He
oil and
said-
gas.
there were wells and everything like that. So which means that there was credible information coming to him about the oil and gas.
Must have been.
And then at that time now he was confident that he had a situation there where he could capitalize on it.
So all those things don't need the warrant.
We proceeded to get back the guys back on, and we decided to proceed. I'm telling you this. They did a three-dimensional study for the confirmation of more possibilities, but they had to do the testing of the wells. One major well was drilled. And they were sent to Houston, and all the companies were there. And the results came back 3 weeks ago, 3 weeks before the election, sorry. 3 weeks, we got confirmation. The rumors started flying, Grenada's found oil. But you and I know, you can't go and count your chickens. Every chicken hatch. So you have to be very careful. So we waited, we got the results 3 weeks before election.
See, he's speaking about the results of the oil and gas, and it was all confirmed. And
we have several more wells, which are even more exciting than the one they just found.
Exciting.
In other words, Grenada can be a massive supplier of oil and gas. With God's blessing, sisters and brothers, we will be marching on to victory, sisters and brothers.
But you see, Kim, and that confirmation which they got is nowhere to be found now. So that confirmation is for limited distribution, yes? Only some people have it. How come the government in power now, government continues? Why they can't get that information from GPG?
Well, GPG is not going to disclose any information as far as our Prime Minister said.
Yeah, but according to the previous Prime Minister, they had confirmation.
Yeah.
Right, yes.
So what happened to that confirmation?
Well, the reason why they're not even giving any information because they said they don't have any contract or something of the nature. So I mean,
nonsense.
But how they could have drilled a well in Grenada waters without an agreement from the government?
Yeah.
Because the seabed and subsoil is a common heritage of all Grenadians within the maritime jurisdiction. So who put the well down? That's what he said, you know.
Yeah.
There is one well drilled already and oil coming.
Right.
And they got confirmation on that. That's what I'm trying to say to you.
Yeah, and he has confirmation. Where is that confirmation? And where is this well? The present Prime Minister hasn't said that he has evidence that a well has been drilled. What he said is that there could be no contract entered into. The only way they could disburse any money is if, as I understood him to say, if there is a contract between
him and
the government and the people.
Right.
But there was no contract. So how did they drill a well in the jurisdiction within the 200 exclusive economic zone of Grenada's jurisdiction?
And our Prime Minister at the time, you know, he was saying and confirming that they one well bringing in so much revenue. So, just imagine now what seven
more wells would bring in. Grenada will be on the march forward.
It means a lot for the future of this country. Sisters and brothers, one well. We have several more wells, which are even more exciting than the one they just found. In other words, Grenada can be a massive supplier of oil and gas. With God's blessings, sisters and brothers, we will be marching on to victory, sisters and brothers.
Whose blessings?
No, when you're lying.
God's blessings. I mean, when a man tells such lies.
And including Papa God in the nonsense.
Papa God in that man. Come on, man. Huh? You're including Papa God in this thing, man?
Yes, put him on.
Huh? Wow.
No, and right now that the government is doing all these investigations and they are unable to give a proper report because of a lot of missing information they cannot find.
But that's the most proper information they could give is that we don't have the information that we should have. It's so I don't understand.
It's really sad, boy.
And now it's opening up a lot of eyebrows now as to now doing and finding out now, especially with monies that was passed as they claimed this $19 million, that they have to find some trace and something of the nature. As Nazim was saying, he's not saying that the money didn't come to the government in the treasury or someplace, but they cannot find it. And, so they have to somewhere or other look again to make sure that they could see where it is. Otherwise, they'll be asking questions again about that.
Yeah. By the way, this GPG, is that the Russian company?
Yeah. That's the Russian company. They suspended the contract. The government just did that.
Let's suspend. I thought it because
they squash it.
So I want, because I'd like to know who these guys are, because it seems to me that in the world of crooks and criminals, they have a network, and they communicate well. So when one gets through, the other one tells him, go in Grenada, you have things there. Go and strike a deal with Grenada, you could get through. Mila, Grindberg, one boy in New Zealand name, the briefcase one in the beginning.
The Pirate of Prague.
Pirate of Prague. How all this fellas know about Little Grenada where it is, and all the things that are possible. What's going wrong in their circles? You could get through in Grenada, go.
The guy with the bank, what's his name again?
Restream?
International Bank. They gave them a medal or something.
A picture of
the gem.
The gem.
Wasn't that Mila?
No.
Mila was Maghatman.
That was oh boy, it comes to me and it goes. Who's banking for?
Vibes FM. Vibes FM.
Grindberg was the oil thing.
Yes, go ahead, caller.
Hello, good morning.
Yeah, go ahead.
Morning to the panel.
Morning.
Good morning.
Kim, listen to the program from the Prime Minister carefully. The Prime Minister says they have one well, which is the Nutmeg well.
Yes.
They did drill one well, and that's the only well they have evidence of. They mentioned two wells, but it's only one they could find, which is the Nutmeg well. So they said two. The Prime Minister mentioned two wells, but it's only one they drilled. So listen to it carefully.
Yeah.
But secondly, the clip you play with the Prime Minister, the previous Prime Minister, say, "With the eye, we're marching on to heaven." I hope when this Prime Minister Mitchell, when this Prime Minister finish with the investigation, that former Prime Minister will be marching on to Richmond Hill. Have a blessed day.
The marching continues.
Van Brink was a
Van Brink, yes.
Van Brink, yeah.
And you notice, is that boy, we have a lot to do with the Germans, boy. Yeah. Restreim. Yeah, this was. How all day is a circle they have, man.
And it's working. It's been working.
You want the other one, man. You want a deal? Go good. You have to get in the long there.
Okay, this caller was just telling me to look at that clip where our Prime Minister mentioned about it.
The standard of the agreement, or the standard that the international oil and gas industry expects. And importantly, GPG could not show that it had the funds or the money in hand to carry out the work it kept promising to do. Now, GPG has spoken publicly about this.
I just lost the clip here. Yeah. Before, while I lose the clip and trying to find it back, let me take a call. Vibes FM, caller, you on? Caller, come in. Caller?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Kim.
Yes, hello, yes.
I'm not in my usual mood this morning. You have a guest there that upsets me, right? So I'm not in my usual mood this morning, but apart from that, that man talking about honesty, and I can't swallow that at all. From personal experience with him, I can't swallow the thing about honesty. Anyhow, that apart, regarding that briefing we had yesterday from the Prime Minister and the rest of them, to me, the Manico and them better be aware because the dogs are let loose now. Right? The dogs are out. There's hunting season now. So all those who know about involved in with this well and the gas and oil exploration, the better thing, I have an advice for them. Start paying back.
Yeah.
You know, start paying back. It make a good faith effort to take the money out of the Swiss banks and foreign banks that they have it in and start paying it back to the government and people of Grenada so that we can continue the progress. Right?
Yeah.
I'm assuming that some of them get the Nebuchadnezzar syndrome after that exposure yesterday. That fake PS and fake ministry. Whoever was in charge or is in charge still, I'm sure they get the Nebuchadnezzar syndrome. You remember what happened to him when he saw the writing on the wall?
Yeah.
So his knees started to shake and his bowels were loose.
Yeah.
So I'm sure a few of them starting to leave. Well, the captain of the ship jumped ship already, right? He smelled the rat coming, so he jumped ship. And he leave the vice captain and the ignorant crew to try to, try to negotiate in rough waters. So let's keep our ears and our eyes open because that is strike one. Right?
Okay.
That is strike one. Right? Who have ears to hear, let them hear. What I say? What they have a saying? Saki patan pale lot or something to that effect.
Who here tell the others?
Who here tell the others? Huh?
Yes. Yes. Uncle Leo.
Yes, my dear.
You prepare yourself to do some real counseling now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Some people have to take pills for migraine headache. And they want counseling. I hear my boy up by you up there. I hear you standing on shaky ground now. So God knows what it is. And as I say, it's hunting season. The dogs are out. Manico, take cover. Okay?
All right.
Amen.
Connor, thank you. Right. It's crazy sometimes when you hear some of this I mean, really, it's humorous, eh? But it's some serious thing, eh? Really taking place.
Very serious.
And we expect to hear more. Okay, I think we have some phone there. Okay, all right, okay. Yeah, 443-0101, 443-0101. Let me try to take another call. Vibes FM. WhatsApp caller coming. Caller? Hello? Yes, you're on. Yes, go right ahead. Yes. Caller?
I just want.
Yes, go ahead. Caller? Hello? I'm not hearing you. Hello? Let me try to think. Next WhatsApp caller. Come in. Caller, you next.
Yes, good morning.
Yes,
Kim,
go
and
ahead.
all the panelists.
Yes.
Good morning. Kim, my question is, why is Evelyn so quiet in all this? What's going on? I agree with the last caller that just called. The investigation has been searched through this whole thing. $19 million, just one. That's a lot of money. And the thing, it's an yes. Let me tell you something.
Yeah, caller, before you continue. Caller, hold on. I'm sort of losing you a little bit. I don't know if you might want to change your location. We're not, not hearing you as clear as you should. Hello? Yes. Go ahead.
Yes. What I was saying is why Emmeline is so quiet. She's the opposition leader. Why she's so quiet? No statement on anything. She's not even coming out and make a statement. And she is the same lady who says she wants to go up for as a leader, something not right. Thank you, Kim.
Okay. Well, you see, one of the reasons, sometimes, people can't come out and say anything because, it's a ball of fire. Sometimes it's better you just stay out, otherwise you might just get burned. 443-0101, 443-0101, 403-0101, and 458-1914. Next caller, WhatsApp caller, you're on. Caller, come in.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning, yes.
I am hoping until GPG provides the information, we're not having a repeat of a photo of the gem because we have not seen proof that we have the oil and gas. I hope it's not just by word of mouth. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. Again, let me repeat the number to call: 403-0101, 403-0101, 458-1914, and 443-0101. You can call any one of the numbers you want to join on the conversation. But I'm saying right now that this issue is going to be hot around for quite a while. And Koi, I expect to be hearing a lot in the media as we go through the rest of the next couple of days.
Well, it depends on what you're looking for, because we've seen what is already happening. People are just taking words verbatim, reports, without even investigating, going deeper into it. And I think this period calls for that, calls for us, all of us here in Grenada, citizens, to get clarity. Clarity, we need that, because I remember how important this issue was when it was announced and the period and time. They were on a high talking about we have been able to achieve oil and gas and so on. But now is a different issue. The table seems to be turning.
Hold a second. Vibes FM, London caller?
Yes, good morning again, Kim.
Yeah.
The last caller asked how Emlyn P is not saying nothing in it. All of us have to understand. Emlyn P is basically singing for his supper, She cannot go and put out no statement unless two men get together and give us something, email us some information for she to speak on, This is not something she could speak on for herself, If she don't get directed from Gregory Bowen and Keith Mitchell, she cannot say nothing. Anything you, Emlyn P, saying in Parliament and out of Parliament is because that is the note of the day. Mr. Cloyd will correct me on that.
No,
she has no authority, and investigate and just that, because we have to know if Campbell, his cousin, pay back how much $1 million he cousin. Nobody even see nothing in the treasury.
Call center?
You understand? Them in Manhattan, they take with money, they don't want to know, they didn't show nobody agreement. The thing now start. But they know how to come on the radio and talk about Andy get money, and Andy get the okay of the Lord under them, Trying to spread rumor on the man, and he's a local Grenadian, So there is Emlyn and Keith and Bowen and all of them must have a secondary budget, meaning that they could be in any business. But when you reach NDC, nobody can be in order but things. The Prime Minister must close down the farm, the law farm, all this kind of stuff. So Mr. Claude come and he decide to run the town, which is a popular man. He could run in town, He got to run in Carriacou. And we decide to vote for him. What you have to do is close down the law farm because you run in town.
You're right, man.
All right.
All right. Okay, caller. Thank you so much. Next caller. Caller, come in. WhatsApp caller. Caller, you next. Hello? All right. Okay. You're going to call back again. I just lost that call somewhere along the line. But like I was saying, Kai, and callers are mentioning now too that you're not hearing anything coming from the leader of the opposition. And I think she might be making the right decision right now to just stay away from the heat.
But, as a responsible opposition, you need to be able to give in some assurances to the people of Grenada. Because that's what we want now, some form of clarity. We don't want no long talk. Clarify this issue with us. People are asking, where is the 19 million? People are asking who gives the authority for the survey to be done. People are asking questions. And I think what we should focus on and hold them down to it is that we need clarity. Explain to us how did we get here? Because you're bragging and boasting that you had this well, and you're marching forward. Yes, and you're marching forward.
Vibes FM. What's up, caller? What's up, caller? Hello. Hello. Okay. You use the word marching forward, and that's I think a word that's going to be talked about for quite a while, because it was a situation where they were basically bragging and boasting of what is in the making for Grenada in the very near future, and we've never seen that.
Yeah. And isn't there a one where he was saying, warning his supporters, his members, and so on, those who support the NNP, listen, do not allow this money to fall in Nazim Bokhan.
That's what you said?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do
not let it, I mean, just imagine how contemptuous he was. Nazim was the opposition at the time, and you're saying to your crowd and to the people and to the world, do not allow this money to fall in Nazim Bokhan. What do you mean? But you're marching on. I wonder, let me see where you can be marching on to now.
Well, it's just a matter of time, because as you sometimes will say, the shit hit the fan. And they start smelling just now. And it's just a matter of time before everybody starts, getting the truth. Because this government now is doing an investigation, and they're not going to stop until they complete. So as much as the information they would be getting, they'll be sharing it with the public and keeping them up to date. And this is how, as far as we get now, as it pertains to the possibility of oil exploration and the step that this government is making now to see if they could capitalize on whatever reserves or whatever we may have in those in oil, as far as it can, some natural gas as well. So we have to basically wait and see. Let's wait and see what's going to be taking place. Vibes FM, landline caller, let me take this call first. Landline caller, come in.
Hi, good morning, afternoon.
Yes, hello, yes.
You remember, I don't know if you have that clip, but you remember there was a journalist that had asked Bowen a question about the same GPG. And he had said that is none of our business. I don't know if you remember that. But he said that was none of our business. She was asking him about the oil and gas and whatever. And Bowen said, I'm sure there is other people out there that remember that. He said that is none of our business. So I think that the government should be getting Bowen and all of them investigating these guys, and they would find out what they do with our money. But I'm sure there's people outside there that remember that he said to this journalist, that is none of our business. Have a good day.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah. People are recalling, not memories are going back. But I think I remember something of the nature there too, where he was mentioning that, and even he had mentioned something again too about none of our business when Grenlec was, when they bought Grenlec, and they were asking the funds where the funds came from. And he was saying it didn't matter where the funds come from, something of the nature. So, we're going to find it in time to come. It's going to pop back, just can't remember the exact spot where I have it. But all this is taking place right now as we're getting ready for the election. And the election now, as you realize now, we don't know what the date is going to be, but there's a lot of speculation out there now that we might go on a long run. And if we have to go on a long run, a lot more things going to surface before we get to the end of the race.
That's right.
Vibes FM, what's up, caller, come in? What's up, caller, come in? Hello. Okay.
Hello?
Yeah. Go ahead. Yes.
Good day. How you doing?
Okay.
Good morning.
All right.
Morning.
Hey, afternoon.
Morning. It's been a while. It's been a while since I've calling on the program. I've been in the wilderness a little bit.
Okay.
But I would just like to say this, right? Yes. The other day listening to a press briefing team with the Prime Minister, and the deal that GPG failed to live up to the contractual arrangement, because based on what I pick up, we should have been drilling oil, at least have some idea as to what we have. If you understand what I'm saying, out there. But Tim, one thing that keep happening and keep restoring with the new National Party when they was in governance, due to the change, and we getting to know about it. Do you remember there was a problem with where a couple $1 billion was thrown into that office in South St. George. And we had a lot of problem in knowing who was the real owner of that money, who benefited from it. Now, we have a couple $1 million again, gone astray. And we try to figure out where that money gone, who received that money, because right now we have all kind of fake PSCs and fake this and fake that and stuff. Ghost. Remember, we always talk about these ghost companies and them?
Yeah.
Ghost companies. Why the New National Party always with this type of problem and them, with these ghost companies? Look right now. I remember the guy that was speaking on Al Jazeera. He spoke about the former prime minister was saying, our election is close. Our election is close, so we need to create a rara, big boom, so people give some contribution towards the party. In that time, for them to go to an election, when they did that same shrimp farm fiasco again. Now we have a government that is giving proper accountability. And so the guy that was there, the FIU guy, I don't know what he was doing and who he was representing.
Hello, caller.
All sorts of corruption and whatever, but I don't know what he was doing when he was in FIU. I don't know what's going on. But that will be a good thing to hear about him as the drama unfolds, as we go through the carnival season and it's over. We have to get back into this thing again to see what was really happening. Although the Prime Minister said he's going to take this thing to cabinet, we need to know what was going on. And I want to tell Mr. Leo, whenever he lands on the airport, I want him to take his time on the new road. I tell Mr. Leo, don't fall asleep.
Okay.
I know he might be a passenger in most cases. Try his best not to fall asleep because, boy,
The road smooth.
that is road.
Got you.
That Mr. Mitchell, yo. But that man could handle in the ministry I work with.
Yeah.
When that man done in Grenada gonna be like Miami. That is road.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Things are happening. And I like the little progress and the development. And hey, kudos to the PW members. Today a major agreement was signed with the Prime Minister. Yeah. So there will be the increases. I think they have up to a 5% increase up to 2028. So things are happening for the small man. Before time was a 1% or 2% of them things used to happen for. And they kick him back and relax, building all kind of apartment block.
Yeah. Okay. Caller.
People to front like rise at the fire, like that nation building. Give me out of front man in Grenada. They don't know nothing, When they below NMP and they playing their thing. But it's one man one thing, not them. That's the front man. But anyways, all you have a good day.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, man.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Line caller is still there? Yeah. Yes. Go right ahead. Yeah. Thank you for waiting. Yes. Go ahead.
You hearing me clearly?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. Yes.
Kim.
Yes.
Yeah, well, this is your boy. I should have been there myself.
Oh. All right. Okay. Well, it's good to have you. You're still with us. Okay.
Yeah. Essentially, I mean, I know my colleague is there.
George.
And my superior ego, Uncle Leo, and of course, I greet all you well.
Yes.
This morning is a morning to be gladdened, man. Now that we gone into lunchtime, I too had followed the press conference to the letter. And of course, for me, I think we ain't want to get glad too quick. What I want us to do is to monitor this thing. Clearly, the government reclamation of the sovereign ownership over these offshore energy fields, and no Slim can be happy to hear that, is one of the greatest steps that have been made since post-colonial time. After the colonies were gotten, this is the best thing that happened to us. It is clear now that we now in a position to seek to find the persons who are going to deal with this issue transparently by reissuing the license, potential commercial development. But
and again, I want to commend the Prime Minister because he himself already picked it up. We need to remain focused, particularly the Ministry of Legal Affairs and the Attorney General Chambers. This is a dispute that they have to manage because so-called GPG wouldn't take it like that.
Mm-hmm.
The cancellation, no doubt, would lead to consequences of whatever character.
Mm-hmm.
We need to be prepared and make sure that when they come, all we raised up. In fact, Slam would know we say we have to put on with tackle. The tackle is what I want, and notify the population and every step of the way when these things happen. Because this step, I can't tell you how glad I am.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't follow to see me laughing and carrying on.
Well, Council.
This is celebration time.
Yeah, Council.
Yes.
You noted that my good Prime Minister is somebody who drinks his tea cold. He has win it before he drink it. That's why he said we were very slow and deliberate in dealing with this GPG and trying to get from them all that we were supposed to get and didn't get. So everything is documented. I know GPT is going to file a case, but I don't know how many legs they have to stand on.
Yes, I take that view myself.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm glad that I'm on, and I think we're going good because it commenced so far. It's bang on target.
Yes. Yeah.
Whatever negatives that come in, we could deal with them because we expect it.
Yeah.
I ain't hear nobody calling.
George.
I like how he dealt with them, Dr. Bob. Yes. And to me,
Not only
always.
the Dr. Bob party like, as he pointed out yesterday, with information coming in that if you are investigative journalist,
yes,
you have an obligation to go and check the information before you come in and say this person claimed and that person claimed. The other journalists who obviously were not listening is the one that said, well, I have repeated this thing so many times. I was going through it again. It's clear that you were not listening. If you're listening, you would have me repeating this again.
Right.
They're going there for tables. They're looking for tables. And that's the information.
Right.
George, George,
Boy.
tell me, what do you think of this permanent secretary that the Ghost permanent secretary and the Ghost ministry? Is that traceable? You think?
Of course, it's traceable. In this modern day technology, we have men that could find who is this ghost and who the ministry is, You just have to put in the right machinery and press the right knob. Yeah, they can be found without any difficulty. And as again, Leo was saying, my man is slow on it, and they tend to misread how he operates.
Yeah.
That is the consequence.
Definitely, yeah.
With these things now, I'm sure that we're making headway along the lines that we would like to see these things addressed.
Yes. And I like your reference to having a legal team from the Attorney General's chambers and the like in readiness. To get this thing going.
In other words, we had to put on the tackle. Don't wait until they bowl the first ball.
No. As we say, semper fi.
Yes. In fact, he may not like that because he's our friend.
Yeah.
My guys and them thought that the election was going to be announced when that Magalali came up.
Right.
So they went and expended a lot of money. You see the nature of the billboards that they put up?
Yeah, I saw some of them, yeah.
Our boy Dwight.
Yes.
Good friend.
You haven't got a long time.
I didn't know how he gets it. They say, all right, them men go name the election.
Yeah.
And my mouth checked them again. He said, I have an announcement to make. And I'm say, I tell you, you go call the election. Then he said what he got to say and dampen the spirit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. Then we keep on the tentacles and make sure that we're there. Kim, the other part is not lost yet because now that I'm told that the local government legislation is ready. I too, we want to have some audience, but the Prime Minister and them want us to do a presentation to the cabinet.
Okay.
We have a point presentation before we come public again. And I think that should happen before the end of the month.
Yeah, okay.
So once that happens, we go in again. So
Okay, all right.
How do you feel like then we take it from there?
Okay.
But George, you know my concerns.
I know your concerns.
Very well.
I know
I
your
hope
concerns. Well,
I
we
hope it's
shouldn't talk it in
included.
public. So let me leave it there, and
Yeah.
when me and you meet again, we will express it.
Very
But
good.
we due to have audience to the PM, so let's leave it for that.
Okay,
So what you're trying to say is that after you would have finished with the cabinet, meeting with the cabinet, then you'd be in a position maybe to take it forward more to the public to let them know what's happening.
Yes. In fact, they're eminently qualified to go already, but they didn't want me to go too fast.
Okay.
But I mean, remember this thing, is long time.
Yeah, okay.
Clem and I, and of course Jerry, had the opportunity to go and speak on matters, which again is not only old, but that legislation that we're trying to get going. I don't think, and people will say, well, all of them is so-called NDC, whether they implement NDC, NDC just come in government.
Yeah.
It's not me.
Okay.
Want to see it happen, and so we bring it forward.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you so much for
Have a
joining.
good day.
Thank you, man.
All right, yes.
Okay.
Keep going.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right.
Sorry, I ain't there.
Yeah, don't worry, man. Time to come. Time to come.
You're going to like Grenada too much.
Oh, okay. All right, take care. Okay, Mr. Prime. All right, okay. Let me take another WhatsApp caller. Been waiting. Caller, thank you for waiting. Caller, you're next. Come in.
Yes, me compare and them.
Yeah.
Compare Leo.
How you do, sir?
Yes.
Compare Kim.
Yes.
And the legal luminary.
Yeah.
Compare Keith, not Keith,
and
compare
Slim.
Cloud. I nearly say Keith.
Ask KB about Keith.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. It was going through my mind a while ago. I want to ask and say, is he okay still doing farming, right?
Yeah. Yes, man. I
Good.
still,
I remember he used to produce corn year round.
Yeah. Still on the farm.
Okay. I want to finish George's statement, last statement. He had made this statement, but he didn't continue. He should have finished it off with, and they will be there. He said, and you see just come and go, and he should have finished it by saying they will be there for a long, long time.
Looks that way. Yeah. It looks that way.
Yeah. That's how he should have finished it. But anyway, I'm finishing it for him.
Okay.
Good, man.
We are one team. So I have to finish it for him. Yeah. I just want to remind or just jog our memory a little bit. I like to go back. I could remember a certain person said the asset was 19 million. So it's not first time I hear this 19 million.
I thought about that this morning.
Yes, it crossed my mind when I hear this 90. Why 19 million? 19 million.
It's a popular figure.
Yeah.
And this person had declared the asset without we even asking them that they had 19 million anyway. Just that's all I want to see. That's all. I ain't going to say more.
Okay.
I'm waiting for the result of the inquiry. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Next, landline caller, come in. Landline caller, you next. Caller?
Yes, Tim.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Croydon, I want to ask you, this is Germany. I like to let people know it's me because as a dead NDC, they could come home and kill me and still die with my NDC cap.
Yeah.
I want to ask you that question. You don't have to call me, but I do have to tell you that because you're a professional. There was a police officer. He get 4 ranks. You on the ground and you just represent criminal, non-criminal training. 4 promotion in 1 year based on his associate and his wife connection. He arrested a lot of people for money laundering, even reach so far and arrest people formally if he is a preacher and fighting down the government, the former government, let me be more specific. He trying to file all kind of cases at them individuals. He charge them for marijuana and cocaine what they didn't have. And any money he find them with, well, it's alleged he claimed that he put it in the treasury. Do you know who's that individual? I think I heard that same individual because he was a reporter to the former prime minister, and one of his jobs, besides the four promotion, corporal, this, that, of recent, I think they say he was deputy commissioner before the election. They just give him that as a compliment because he was in charge of bringing news in the police force of anybody suspect. It's NDC, and if you're up for promotion, you used to make sure that you didn't get no promotion. That guy is an evilest guy. Today, I'm not certain because I had to go and listen to a clip. I'm going to bring them. I hear that person preaching now. And they say he was a preacher before. And he on radio campaigning. You see how long he campaigning? Since he in the post, he campaigning him.
I know.
And I want to say that they take long to get rid of that nastiness. That's what I'm saying. I'll leave you.
All right, caller. Thank you so much, Jay. Let me take another call. What's up, caller? What's up, caller? You next. Thank you for waiting. Hello. Yes. Hello. Caller, listen to me on the phone, please. You are next. Caller? Yes. Okay. Hello. The other numbers you can call is 403-0101 and 4458-1914. Let me go back to this caller. Caller, you next? Okay, you have to call again then. Okay, we ask you please, whenever you call, listen to us on the radio when you're going to speak to us, on the phone rather, than on the radio, because sometimes there's a little bit of a delay and you have to wait until the turn will come. Okay, now you realize it's getting very, very interesting that all these things are breaking in the air right now. Mm-hmm. And it's just a matter of time before most of the investigations and so on and that would surface. Mm-hmm. Yep. It's just a matter of time because as it's going right now, people are listen to the conversations here, there, and everywhere. And a lot of eyebrows are raising. I don't know who's next. What's going to be next? Let me take this call first. Hold on. Vibes FM, landline caller, come in. Caller,
yes, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
The King, Sir
yes.
Leo.
Good afternoon.
And Mr. Amson, Cloud, and all. Yeah. I'm just calling, no big thing today. I just calling to congratulate you all. I see you all start with practicing with the night landing. You all had what? State-of-the-art road going up to the hospital.
Yeah.
I see y'all is not no longer stepchildren, but y'all are children now, and it's treated rightly. I congratulate y'all, the people from Carriacou and P.T. Martinique.
Thank you.
Because why? We have a good government, and we have a prime minister that have a heart, that love people, and he love everyone. And he know that he ain't distinguishing no one. You're not Egypt or you're not Israel or not. You are Grenadian, regardless of what. And I'm so happy to see that just now. Well, I'll be taking a flight come up to see Sir Leo and
yeah, but I'm longing to meet you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I met you already, but Kim the King and we have to meet again.
Okay.
And when I come up, we have to have the big jump dancing. We have to have a saraka.
Just it.
When I reach up.
All right. Okay.
So, congratulations to the people of Carriacou and P.T. Martinique. We're going forward.
Thank you.
We're walking.
All
Boots on the ground.
All right.
We have a prime minister that is love and he has a heart. And that man will have to stay there till maybe we will have to tell him take a rest, because we ain't giving up.
As they say, we might have to son him.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to son him and you go say take a rest. That young man is so loving.
Yeah. I had framed coined the phrase.
So, all gentlemen, have a blessed weekend.
Okay,
Thank
you
you.
too. Okay, you too. Next, WhatsApp caller come in. WhatsApp caller. Hello. Okay, let me take another WhatsApp caller. Next one. Caller, you next now. Caller, come in. Yes, hello.
You know, Kim,
Yes.
Kim, if KB was on, KB would have said, KB always does say, them and then can't good at all, because maybe panic it all going and all this things and then restructuring back. Come back. I feel like KB is something, what I'm telling you. When you see he speak, he must be saying to himself, the NNP wouldn't look good at all, because in that particular position, he's going to be panicking and sweating. I remember when he gets on right along and he spoke, and I listened to him and I said, yeah, he may have different, he may tools one, but when he speak facts.
Yes, that's true.
If you listen to him, people may like him, don't like him, whatever reason. But when he's a political strategist, he know what happened and what stuff. We don't have to like him. We don't have to think this is him. But when it comes to certain things, he does point out a lot of things. Because if he was about to call your show, he would say the NNP they panicking, they desperate. He would say they're panicking, no, because the thing is the truth.
Yeah.
It's the 2030 is going to come out. And right now, NDC is following crumbs of the corruption of the NNP, of what they've been doing. They think they could just pay this little carpet and think that all is little. But I'm telling you, we are blessed to have a prime minister like this prime minister that we have. And, GP, she whatever wants to take him to court. Listen, he's a lawyer and he could defend himself.
Oh, definitely.
He don't want to take. Listen, let me tell you something, Kim. People don't understand how great it is blessed to have this young man as a prime minister, as a leader, experience, honesty. He's so calm. And he's not afraid, according to KB. He can have a lot of confidence in him.
Yep.
And you can see but he's not show up us. We elect him, put him there to do his job. He's doing his job with transparency. You see, like Leah Buckley. And this is why they would always put you back as a leader, because you know what? They are very transparent when it comes to dealing with their people. People may not like you, people may not like you, but when it comes to truth and transparency, that's a prime minister we have. We should be blessed to have it. But as KB would say, the NMP, they're panicking now. The truth is coming out. Have a nice day, Kate.
Okay. Thank you. Next, landline caller. Landline caller, next coming.
Hello.
Hello, yes, go ahead. What's the
Good
caller's hold
morning.
on? Yes.
I want to say something very briefly.
Yeah.
We are now in the month of August. It is my view that shortly after Carnival, within the fortnight from Carnival, the date for election will be announced. I have seen a number of moves by government that are really campaign moves, if you have the eyes to see. You see this oil and gas issue is intended to promote this government in its investigation and to destabilize the opposition as being guilty of a lot of corruption related. And I believe that $19 million was paid by GPG was shared by certain government ministers of the past. And I can tell you, this is the first election where I have not yet decided what to do. All politicians give them the chance and they make themselves fool, either in the utterance or in their transactions, which you call corruption. Just give them the chance. I pray for Grenada because I am a patriot, not a party. But I can tell you, this oil and gas issue will go a long way in destabilizing the opposition. I say no more.
A second
for the time
motion.
being.
Hello, sir.
Aye.
Well, I'm taken aback. For so long, I haven't heard from you, and you didn't even
Oh, my, I don't want to hear my voice, no? I won't call back.
You know, you can hide it.
You go talk later.
Okay,
Thank you so much. Nice hearing him.
Yes,
yeah, because I remember last election he was making those predictions and he was right on target.
Mm-hmm.
Right on target. What's up, caller? You next? Caller, thank you for waiting. Caller? Hello? Let me see if I have it right. Yes. Okay, no, okay. We lost the caller there. We're going to get back on that there. Okay. A caller mentioned just now, about the night landing, eh?
Mm-hmm.
And boy, I don't know if you realize or you knew about it yet, that they did the inspection. The inspection was done a couple of days ago.
Well, they've been, Jeff, I think it's the night before. They've been doing some practice landings.
Yes.
Yeah.
And and the pass the test.
Wow.
That's
good, man.
That's excellent. So now I think the next move is for the Grenada Port Authority to file the application to ECHA, to get the official okay to start night landing. So once that is done and it's approved,
well, I don't know if it's SVGA or if it's going to be a second carrier, but they better step up because nowadays every time you ask for a flight, it's filled.
Yeah. Very true.
Yeah.
I had some guests who came through Grenada. They lived at the hotel close to me and was like, hell, getting up to Caracou by air. They eventually came up with the Osprey.
Yeah.
Because the flights are all filled.
Yeah, but I understand that SVG, once that's okay because they need the night landing, especially to get the connections going up the islands further. So they might increase the frequency, for the
I wonder
flights.
if they've given SVG a home-based privilege.
Well, I would imagine that because they're the only ones now you could rely on to really fly because the Grenada government don't want to get into the business of purchasing aircrafts and
that's far-fetched.
They don't want to get into that.
Far-fetched.
But you know the advantage of this night flying, night landing? Sometimes we have emergencies here.
Yeah.
And you got to get airlift. We don't have a marine helicopter or anything of the sort of marine boat. Women giving birth, baby, the crisis, they need a gynecologist, obstetrician, and you can fly them out at night. This is tremendous.
That's something to look forward to because I remember before burial, just about a month before burial, we had a meeting in the Hillsborough Government School, and they had showed us and told us about a video, and we saw it, whereby in the future to come, there's supposed to be a heliport in the Bel area, helipad, in the Bel Air,
Yes.
Right, to fly lift to Grenada anytime.
Now that they have had this X-ray unit, what I think could be next, you need a small OR for Caracou.
Yeah.
Where you can have, instead of getting the patient done, get the doctor to the patient for emergency surgeries.
Right.
But of course, everything takes time, and that should be the next thing for Caracou Hospital.
Vibes FM, what's up, caller? Yes, caller, come in. Yes, come in, yes.
Bless you all.
Yes.
No. Hey, we the new transformation. I see. Uncle Beza, we cannot live up there. Because I tell you, hey, you told Uncle Bless. He go drink urine, like I never win the seat of dinner. You understand? And I'm glad. You got to get ready for and get a council right. Uncle Bless go do it alone. And not what part of them you so call it. Right? And the last convention I remember in telescope day. Miss Eugenia Charles is okay, I know man. Hey, I shake both of them man. So you see what is happening there. Hey, we going forward and the youth have to know what's going on because they going in the university and they have to get things right when they get a job outside. And last thing I was thinking about Mr. Claude and then Mr. Prime Car. Right? You hear they talking about in that city again. The university we're not seeing what that independent seat, Hefton so in the seat. And when Gary come with the thing, a lot of rain was falling that day. Right? But remember what's premier? About this was the premier. Before he come prime minister. So when all this rain, they know that seat always put away. That's how Gary come and clean that seat And if anybody put it within him. You understand? So people don't run them out. Politics is like everyday thing, you know. And a lot of people don't understand politics and politics, right? People remember, with this same oil and gas, I just follow up thing, you know. The Russian, when Granberg came here with the yacht, remember? Right? The guy came, walked in Her Majesty Parliament with his slippers and a short out of pants with a shirt and going down in Parliament, you know. Which one are we going to do that? All this men have to go, you see? But that is the problem we have. Remember to Granberg and Trinidad, John Isle from Grenada, yeah. I was just thinking because I know Mr. Claude is at Maritime Boundary. When you look with the you could help me the you call it again.
The rig?
The drip.
No,
right below Point Selling the drilling eye. You just said they didn't Grenada Trinidad in Grenada drilling what we are in. So when you hear people talking, you just have to listen. Because they say so much of things, what is untrue, and making the youth fear. They are so right. The other young guy, they say, I think he had about 8 subjects. And you see them as a visionary team. You understand? I want them to go back to school to know the meaning of visionary. Because visionary won't do what this guy have done us. Look at us racing where you put that complex there, show Mr. Clausen where you play. Ben Jones that create a problem, you know, because I love us racing. And I show Mr. Clausen now still.
No.
You understand?
Yeah.
And what hurt me? These youths need a line. They don't want a piece of fish. You see? Ask me a question, and I will tell you. Look at Bill School, right? Bishop Bill School, Prison Bill School, and there's Catholic school, those 7-day school. You see the Bill School is two of them? You see, they want to keep the people illiterate, and then they could do whatever they want. But I glad as this gentleman and them come and the program this man, I let to get a council going, and then they go see going forward. You see, right, Honorable Physician Dicam Mitchell Dojo is a classic man. I heard a long time I didn't know the voice too. But what you have to understand, ruler are not a terror of good work, right? So you have to leave that aside and follow those who in authority lead by them, right? And if you love Grenada, you got to vote for NDC.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and I want to, listen to what I'm saying. Well, because at that time, the Constitution booms. You understand? You see a man push it, carnival, right? You know what carnival. So you see the youth who know what our ancestors come out under. Playing job. What it signifies? Freedom. You don't walk it, he talk it, and he perform it. So you can know what our ancestors was on before we could get this freedom, what we have right now. We have to remember them and continue to loving them, especially Papa Bill. Please, guys, who is it? Hey, balance scale, can't stop Carrico. Balance is the hub. Carrico. Remember, we have 3 islands splitting. Look around the world and see which any other country have a 3 island state. You all have a blessing.
Okay. Thank you so much. Next landline caller.
Hello.
Yes, hello. Yes, you're on.
Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. Yes.
I hear you all speaking about election will call soon, but I'm begging not to call it right now because I have 4 member of family that would be 18 years in February and they're anxious to go and register.
Yeah.
So please, I wish they could put it a little further than that so they could have them register. Thank you.
Okay. Oh boy, you listen to some of this, But speaking about election, like I was saying earlier on, I don't think it's in making. I think it's going to be sometime next year. Based on how the Prime Minister has been, going about doing his work, he doesn't seem as though that is. He's maybe is getting the nation ready and getting them excited, But I want to firmly believe that the oppositions who will be coming up in the election, they got burned out. They got burned out just now.
Yeah.
You got burn them, man.
Burn them out, man.
Yeah, burn them out because someone talked about the billboard this morning,
Yeah.
And I think it was one of those guys again. I think it was Hosford, one of them, that put up his billboard right after the rally.
Yeah.
That billboard could stay for next 9 months. Yeah. Because they're thinking along those lines.
You're talking about the elections. If you follow in the chat, Kim, I'm seeing someone is saying election will be June 23rd, 2027. I mean, I'm just saying that. They just to the fact that people are speaking about the elections. Yeah, that's a conversation people have in their homes, wherever they are. People speak about the fact that election, and I mean, it was interesting to note that this person who said that, just share, and that would tell you how urgent we see important rather we see this matter.
Well, what I'm noticing is that there is this anxiety. There's this, right now in people's mind that they want to go and express themselves. They want to go and show that they are satisfied with, so call it now, whatever, But the Prime Minister is focused on whatever he's doing. As you just mentioned, even with the road walk that's taking place in Grenada right now. May not understand, I mean, really, when people speak about roads now.
Every parish
is touched.
Imagine that. Prime Minister is first among equals that we have had. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
First among equals. In that he has focused on the development of Grenada Cattle Property Market.
Right.
Still focused.
Yeah.
And I think people are just anxious to have him there to get to the polls to demonstrate their approval of what he's doing for the country.
Yeah, I think that's in the making right now. Yeah, people are anxious. To go and show, the support and show,
precisely
that they're happy with whatever is going on.
That's right.
But reminding them that there's almost a year to go. I mean, under the constitution, whereby the elections due in 5 years.
Oh yes.
And he's not busy as far as I know.
He doesn't appear to be.
No, he's there focused on delivering to the people.
That's right.
Whatever he planned on doing, and then I think by the end of the term, then he would decide, go back to the poll again.
He's in a comfortable place now.
Yeah.
And I think not only our supporters, but even supporters on the other side seem to be anxious to vindicate the work that the NDC has done.
Right.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna come out. I predict we're gonna get about 14 seats.
Well, I'm looking at 15.
Yeah.
I always speak about something called the coattail effect.
I know.
Whereby when you start sweeping and everything start going away, whatever is you take it and go with it.
Take it and go with it.
Yeah.
The only thing is under the Westminster form of governance, parliamentary democracy, it's always good to have an opposition. Always good to have an opposition, and you see the crisis that we encountered when NMP got 15 seats.
They got 3 times,
And 3 times. I mean, we had no legitimate opposition, so to speak.
And so much was happening in the government.
Precisely.
Like, for instance, some of the deals and what we hear about this oil and gas and everything like that. There was nobody to look into nothing.
Precisely.
That's it,
And sometimes the Public Accounts Committee wasn't functional.
Yeah.
Because you have no opposition.
Right, yeah.
You understand what I mean?
Yeah.
Who was put there was part of the governing party.
Yeah, right, yeah.
But doesn't the Constitution require the leader of the opposition be the chairman of the
precisely
of that committee? But at that time we didn't have any opposition, so nobody could have challenged or checked or anything like that. So.
Perfectly right.
Yeah.
And as a consequence, you have this development where 19 million disappear, somebody impersonating a permanent secretary that don't exist and a ministry that don't exist. All that sort of thing was grafted into a situation where there was no opposition and no public accounts committee, as was contemplated by the Constitution.
Yeah.
To see that the government
like
expenditure
overseer
is being properly managed.
Yeah.
But
all in all, I mean, what you're saying, I respect all of that. But I will tell you honestly, you know, I wouldn't mind giving them 15 nil to just. To make it get a taste of their own medicine. Vibes FM, caller, WhatsApp caller coming. Caller?
Oh, my brother, is everything under control?
Yeah, man.
A balance.
Yeah, balance, man. We still balance, you know.
Well balanced, man.
Let me big up the journalist side, Mr. Clouden. Mr. Clouden, big up yourself, my brother.
Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you.
I'm so happy to see you inside, and I'm so happy to sit back in Texas and listen to you, man, my brother. You understand?
Yeah, I hear you, man.
Enough love and enough strength to everyone of all the world. Vibes. I don't really call to talk about politics today, you know, because I decided to give it a rest until after the carnival season, you know.
Okay.
But I just call to give all this some strength and thing until all just keep pushing the positive vibes, you understand?
Yes, thank you.
And I just sit back here still listening to the program and enjoying the vibes with everyone of all inside there, you understand?
Yeah, thank you.
And then after the carnival season, I'm gonna go burn the fire and blaze the fire on Fire Friday again, you understand?
Fire Friday?
Yeah, so and even to all the youth and them who going out for all the different activities and things during the carnival season, I just want them to be positive and know that, you know, is when the carnival over, you still need to see a brighter day, you understand?
Yeah.
So I want them to stay away from all the violence, all negative things, leave all guns, cutlass, everything home. Just gonna enjoy yourself, gonna have fun, you know, gonna have a nice time, you know, because at the end of the day, fighting and thing can solve no problem. You just create more problem for everyone, you understand?
Absolutely.
So I want them to be real positive and just keep a positive mindset. And to all them foreigners and them who leave and down in Grenada for carnival right about now, I know a lot of all going to be drinking, a lot of all going to be fighting, all going to having a nice time, and all going to be driving to go in the different shows and thing, you know, and all the renting, all the vehicle and thing. Make sure that all they have somebody next to all who could drive and things. So in case all they want to drink and thing, all they know all they have a safe driver with all they, you understand? Because we don't want after the carnival, we don't want to hear nothing. We just want to hear the carnival go smooth and it go real nice because it's our time to enjoy ourselves, and it's time for them to enjoy themselves, you understand? So let me have it clean and real nice, man.
Right.
So once again, I just want to say bless up to all Grenadians, Caricunians, and Pitimatic, and just stay focused and stay positive, and let us keep the positive mindset towards Grenada, Carrick and Pitimatic development for tomorrow, for something better and brighter for every one of us. So Mr. Claude, once again, big respect to you and I salute you this morning, man, and with my brothers on the side. I'll stand strong and have a blessed and wonderful rest of the day. And to all my listeners and them under the live right about now, who just follow me on Facebook, and let me say blessed love to all the and all the new Gary just love all that. We go stick together as one happy family, man. So I'll stand strong. And God bless every one of all them. One love and I out here and I gone.
Thank you, same to you, my brother. Thank you, same to you.
Oh yeah. Okay. 443-0101, 443-0101, 403-0101, and 458-1914 to show you how the Prime Minister has been dealing with situations. Listen to a clip from him.
You have to understand that while you're offering yourself, when you say you quote unquote in opposition, if all you're doing is opposing, it means you actually don't have anything to contribute because you're not setting out an alternative path. You're not setting out an alternative theory. You're not setting out an alternative program to say, okay, here's what I would do to reduce youth unemployment or women unemployment. Here's what I would do to address how we address the situation with the rural country, or how we address the situation with water, how we get more tourists here, how we get more investment here. All you're doing is waiting for something to happen and then just yap. So yeah, you're in opposition, so you should remain in opposition because in effect you have no alternative to suggest to the public. And from time to time, organizations go through this. I think even the NDC at one point in time also made that mistake of simply attacking. But what is your plan? Where are you going? Where do you want to take us? How are you going to take us there? How are you going to mobilize the resources? And that is what we need. So that's why I've been told that some people think I'm arrogant because I don't respond to stuff. I'm like, actually, I think it's quite the contrary. Like, why would I allow you to make my insides ugly by getting into Bacchanal and whatever with people I know? It's not like I don't know them. I mean, most of the members of the opposition, I know them. Some of them are my friends. So why would I waste my time criticizing them? They want the job I have. Right? Whether they know how difficult it is.
But you're already at an advantage. You have the job. So
precisely. So there's no reason for me to engage in that sort of behavior. And also, I do want to set the example of saying, look, let's debate. Let's talk policy. Let me hear the recommendations, the suggestions, rather than me, I don't know, I mean, it's difficult for me to conceptualize what the negative stuff they say, so I can't even think of thinking like that. And that's the truth. I'm not in a negative space. Like, I just don't spend my time worried about what other people do. I spend my time about, okay, what do I have to do to move the job I have forward, to engage with people, to find out how we improve things. And that's really what takes all of my time. So in a sense, I hope that from a political culture point of view, we can get more persons who enter the politics to think like that, because then it uplifts the country. I think we'd be better off for it, and we'd be able to move on. And then you don't have to fight and criticize people and what have you, because look at all our ex-politicians. Where are they? You know, when they leave office, where are they? What are they contributing? Are they held in respect, or are they held with contempt? Can they stay in the country, or do they migrate? You know, and is it that outside of politics you have nothing else to contribute? You know, and we need to think about those things, because when you look around, you see oftentimes that when people are finished with politics, they are so broken that they hide or they leave the country. Right? That's because of the style of politics they've practiced. So nobody wants to be associated with them. And they themselves probably are broken from the fact that, you know, after all of that bacchanal and drama, what do you have to accomplish for your own self? Like, what can you point to as your accomplishments that you can then say to someone like him, this is what I did, etc. And you could, you know, hold your head high and move on. So we have to move past some of this nonsense. A lot of it is probably lack of training. There's no political school on the island. There's no public policy school in the Caribbean, honestly. University of the West Indies does some stuff, but that's part of the systematic training, I think, that needs to happen if we're going to improve both the culture of politics and the outcomes for our countries.
It's well put together, you know.
Yeah, but you got a maturity at the max.
Yes.
Yeah,
touch on everything like that. Vibes FM, caller? What's landline caller?
Kim,
yes.
Kim, good day. How are you?
Okay.
That you see that statement that the Prime Minister made there. We should make sure that goes in the archives of Grenada. That statement has so much of significance. So much significance. It is so on point. Kim, I don't think you yourself appreciate it.
Of course, man. Yeah,
that's why he played it.
That's why I played it.
That's why he played it.
What this statement is powerful. But I want to talk a bit on the decision by the government to terminate the contract with GPG. Kim, I think it was most unfortunate that the then government of Grenada had to proceed with a contract, going into a contract with a company that was so not normal. And I believe it's Mr. Cloudney is in studio with you.
Yes.
He is, yeah.
I know a number of persons in Grenada at the time voiced the concern about how the government entered into that arrangement with the GPG group. Yeah? And we are now seeing, based on the statement that has been made, we are now seeing the reason why the method they used to get into that arrangement was bad from the start. And we have not in a way benefited anything from that arrangement. And I want to applaud the government for taking that initiative to terminate that agreement. And let me say why. Look the number of years. Look the number of years, and we have not benefited anything from that arrangement. I mean, I follow regional news. I try to keep update with the things that are happening, not just in Grenada, but in the region and the world. And Ghana next door to us. Recently, found the oil and all of that. But even before they started drilling oil, and when they realized that they had it, the amount of benefits that the people of Guyana was receiving even before they start to refine the oil. And we in Guyana, we just hear that we get a significant, and it cannot be put into the hands of Nazim Brock and all kind of things. That was years ago, yeah? Yeah. And up to now, we have not seen, and then the last thing I heard from the then Prime Minister is that the amount that was found was not significant enough for commercial value or commercial use.
Yeah.
This is the sort of thing that we had to put up with. And now you have an administration who is taking action to ensure, even if it's an ounce we have there, even if it's 2 gallons, Or if it's 1 million gallons, it is done properly. And the people of Grenada should applaud this government for taking such action. It is sung legally because the company has had a lot of breaches to the contract. And as the Prime Minister said yesterday, he was very lenient. He is a lawyer, but he didn't even save on his own knowledge as a lawyer to do whatever he has to do. He seeks counsel in this regard. And people have to administrate. You see this man they call Deacon Mitchell? I mean, so you have to give people the flowers when they are alive. And this man deserves a medal. He's very, very humble. He's there. You know, the first time I encountered Deacon Mitchell was at Grand Lake meetings, yeah? And I have to be honest with you. Kim, when I saw him, I even doubt his ability. Because he was there so, you know, it's like he was not even in the room like an ant. And he seemed so insignificant in the room there. Quiet. You know, some lawyers, when you see them, you know they're lawyers. How they move, their body language, everything.
Mm-hmm.
But he was just there so simple. And I was not aware that this man was a giant in waiting, not seeing that giant of that man in it. You know, I mean, I have to, everywhere I go, I speak about this man. And the people, the sort of, he's not just like the Prime Minister or a lawyer. He gives advice to children, to big people, to women, to men. I mean, if we listen, this man is a mentor to people. And, you know, there are some people who is going around and making all sort of, you know, the statements they make, you wonder if it's the same Deacon Mitchell that you're talking about. Because this is a gentleman who he cares about people, the thing that he does. He's not doing things for himself. He's doing things for the good of the country. And I mean, there's a number of things there that you could pinpoint to that he has done and insist on getting done in the interest of the people. This is the visionary, this is the man, this is the engine behind the government. And people have to appreciate that. And I want to say again, I mean, we will see. I am not worried about what action GPG will take. Trust me. I'm not a lawyer. And Slim, who is a lawyer, is sitting there, and I'm sure he will agree with me. I don't think the government eternally have to be worried about what action they will take. Because we have sufficient breaches. And something, I mean, the length of time and all of those things that GPG had to come good on the contract that they signed to. And they was left wanting. And the government has to act because the resources is ours. And no international tribunal will give GPG this sort of advantage over Grenada. I'm confident of that, from what I've heard yesterday. This $19 million or $20 million, when I first heard of that on the Bob report, where is the accountability of this money? If this money was paid into the coffers of Grenada, why weren't the population informed that this money was paid? Kim, have you ever heard of money, $19 million paid to the government of Grenada
Not
from
even
GPG?
that, but as it pertains to oil explorations, you know, we should have been aware of that because it was talked about, you see.
Precisely.
Yeah.
You know, and these are the things, I mean, as the PM said, I am not disputing that this money was paid. But even if this money was paid, where is the accountability to the people of Grenada? Where is it? Where did you put that money? And I mean, they're having no difficulty. They have to go and look for it. It's like some goat that dead one running in the wild. That don't make any sense. You know what I mean? And people tend to support this foolishness. Yeah. You know, I mean, it's unfortunate. I mean, we people of Grenada, we need to wise up. I mean, this is a different time we're into, and there are certain things that will happen that some of you all may not like it because it's off the norm. It is not the usual thing that you see and hear, but it is bearing fruit. It will bear fruit because we cannot do the same thing all the time and expect the same result, a different result.
Yep.
You know, so let me again compliment the government in taking such a move. I think it will do us very, very good. And let us hope the people of Grenada, as the Prime Minister called, get behind this thing. Forget that party thing. Because the party is no way interested in you. Because if they were interested in you, we would have had a better deal. We would have started having training long before. People would have been trained in the oil industry and all of those things and them. Community centers, we should not have had problem in building community centers and school in Grenada. Because the money we would have got just from the bidding process would have been able to do a lot of things. And that was not done in the initial stage. So let me congratulate the government for taking that move. And I think we cannot expect more from them. Trust me. It is just up and up. Okay. Take care, man.
Okay, thank you so much.
Bless her.
Okay. But Senator, the 19 million, because it's been talked about and it's going to be talked about for a while, But I want to believe, that the money was given to the government. Maybe they just can't find it as yet. But I want to believe that, that money came through.
I wonder if they have no way of showing us a cancelled check or receipt or something.
The money. I want to believe that the money came through Grenada.
But Kim, there must be evidence, documentary evidence that the money was paid. And if you can't find it, then it may have been paid directly or indirectly to certain person or persons. But once money is designated for the government, there must be a paper trail, not for 19 million. Kim,
that number 19.
This is not $10,
Hold on. What's up, caller? What's up, caller? Come in, caller.
Hey, Kim.
Yeah, go ahead. Yes.
Good. That previous caller, they covered everything that I have to say. But two questions for Mr. Plowden. In regards to vehicle like or machines like excavator driving on the road with trucks and mashing the road up, is that legal? Number one. And two, how close should someone erect a building to the road? Because I've noticed that people are building very close to the road now, and there is hardly room for, if you had to put down anything like a sidewalk, that there will be problems. So what's the distance should someone build from the main road?
Yeah. Well, I can't tell you the exact footage, but central planning,
physical
the government has a, how is it called? Physical
plan.
Physical planning is designed to arrest that problem, so that when you propose to erect a building, you have to send me a plan and you have to get authorization from physical planning. If they're doing the work, then there would be a demarcated area from which from your building to the road, and it would be in compliance with the Physical Planning Act. But I cannot tell you the exact footage, but it would be enshrined in the Physical Planning Act, because that department regulates buildings throughout the state. So if you're in close proximity to the road, you'll be asked to pull it back somewhat, maybe 5-10 feet as the case may be. That's the standard procedure. Now, what was the other question again?
He asked about the building from the road, and he didn't write down the second question, but I don't recall.
What is it? You don't recall? Yeah, I'm so sorry, but with the ravages of age, memory lapse.
Huh? You say ravages?
Ravages.
Yes, I know. I'm asking if you got the what you use. Ravages.
Yeah, ravages. Yeah.
Of age.
Yeah.
Okay.
You was talking about heavy equipment. Yeah.
Yes.
Found it.
Well,
yes.
That's a problem we're having in Grenada, because, and I was thinking about it myself. You have these huge trucks. I mean, and they carry these huge, what do you call the things on the boat? Containers. And you have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 wheels.
Yeah.
And they come through around these corners, and man, they're mashing up the road. So that sorry to leave. The government repair the road in this vicinity, and in 6 weeks, you have big holes because these trucks are not designed for this type of road. These trucks are designed for highways. Okay?
Yeah.
And highways are built within certain specifications that other roads are not built with.
Yeah.
So that we have to do something with respect to the importation of those vehicles. It's better to regulate them by the size. Okay? But they have to be smaller vehicles that can do the same thing without the attendant damage to the roads of the country. Yes.
You see, the roads that we have here, like you have in the United States of America, the subsurface.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good, solid concrete and then asphalt over it.
Yeah.
And not only the size of the trucks, and it was a hindrance, it was a big problem here in Carriacou. The roads are so very narrow. At night, those guys come down and have all kind of lights.
Something that the traffic department has to look into.
Of course.
Seriously.
Yeah.
They ought to ban a lot of these lights because this guy is dazzling people and so on. I'm surprised I don't have so many accidents at night. And
well, many people, check the defense, what they would do when that's taking place, they just park up and allow traffic to flow before they start moving again.
All right. When in the case of the heavy vehicles, those guys should be given a ticket, not a $5 ticket, $1,000 ticket.
Landline caller first. Okay, landline caller. We have too many calls backing up, gentlemen. Let me try to take a WhatsApp caller. You on? Caller coming.
Kim, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yes.
As for the $19 million that is missing, do you think that it may be a good idea for the legal department to appoint a special prosecutor to investigate the missing funds?
Good point.
Yeah. Well, I have no problem or no fear rather in whether it's going to be handled or not, because I have a lot of confidence in our Prime Minister, and I think they're going to go through the right channels to discover, to find it or whatever.
Is Mr. Cloudney interested?
No, I'm not at all interested.
Not to discover, to recover.
But I think you made a good point. In such matters, you bring in a special prosecutor who's laser focus on dispensing with the investigation.
Send on Jack Smith first, boy.
It may be on the wraps, but that would be needed to really put all the effort into finding the bloody money.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we're going to get some answers soon. Hopefully. I like I say, I have a lot of confidence. I have a lot of confidence in the administration, and they are taking the time in doing the investigations. And I think it's just a matter of time before they come up with some sort of explanation or whatever. We're going to find out. Vibes FM, landline caller coming.
Good morning to you, Sakim, and
yes.
you in-house?
Yes.
Good morning.
Right. Good morning to you and the Cloudney. Good morning to you, sir.
Morning, bro.
I want to ask you all a question. Is there a place called Nowhere?
Noel?
Nowhere.
Nowhere.
Nowhere. Nowhere is. Yeah.
That's where the money is?
That's where the money is.
The retired expired PRC. So we're talking about nowhere. Someone leading you nowhere. I think the Prime Minister, when he was speaking there, he speak a book. Everything is explained there, in what you have played a while ago there. But he's talking about you leading, you're trying to take my position, right? Now you need to tell me what you're going to do for the benefit of the country. What you're going to do.
Yeah.
But you're condemning, you're criticizing, it's one thing to condemn, it's one thing to be critical. But where is the alternative? What are you proposing? What are you presenting? What are you coming with on the table? So in other words, you want the power, you want the authority, you want to be in Moses' seat. Huh? But where are you leading us? You're not going nowhere. So what's going to happen to our country? Nowhere. So is that a place, or what is that really? Can one of you all tell me what is that?
I think it's a state of mind. I think it's a state of mind. You have no ambition, you have no purpose, you have no specific direction, and that's nowhere.
No wonder why we should have been, as a country, more successful. We should have. I mean, we have been through a lot. You look at the hurricane in the past at Emily, and which one was before was Ivan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And much support has come into the country from different organizations and, and governments, right? So the people's business, or you being voted in as a government to take care, right? As maybe a husband or a man in a relationship where you have to do what you can to help the situation of the home and family, right? Because if you don't take care of your home, it says in the Bible, is worse than an infidel. And if we've been seeing all these things happening, and you look at people and you watch, well, who wants to lead? Do they have the qualification as a leader? Or is it just a game to play? You're gambling without any assurance, much less insurance. I remember one time that when I think it was Demerara, when they started, they said they were called Demerara something insurance, whether it's national insurance scheme or something. But after a time, I noticed that they changed the name and it says Demerara Assurance. So there is a difference between insurance and assurance. They recognize that insurance means that you're not really sure. It's like, you're gambling. But the assurance is, it's a fact. It's true. We will do what we say, yeah? And get things done. And so this government giving credit, right, to the administration. And we know that we have a leader in the country, our leader, a good leader, a leader that has vision, a leader that has passion and compassion for the people, right? Reaching out and doing the best he can in the job in which he was elected to do. He's doing it. And so we want to say thank you, and we want to give him the praise and the credit he deserves, right? It's a motivation, right? That you are not wasting your time, wasting your life, doing what you can and so on. I mean, we don't want to be ungrateful, as I mentioned many times, and unappreciated. We must appreciate the good. The good, as I said to people, is God. So don't think that you can just play with good and, no. Good is God. Who is good? God. God is good. So if God is good, who is good then? So we have to understand that we need to appreciate that. And if we continue to show appreciation and gratitude and gratefulness, right? It's a way that we can have this for the future and our next generation, right? Learning and implementing things that are progressive, successful, and beneficial to all of us in the country. Even so, you say, well, what have they done for me really, personally? Someone was asking me, said, did you get any job? I said, no, I don't want to work. I choose not to. You have other people who I seen getting job and they are doing well. And so I am glad for them. Sometimes people will encourage you to be envious, or you can say to be jealous, right? And as I mentioned before, jealousy and envy, these are obemia, itobia. And we can create a lot of pressure and a lot of stress and unnecessary stress and pressure on people. Yeah, where their mind have been blown, they get a mental breakdown due to our constant pressure. So we have to be very careful, right? And do what we can, do the good, and God will bless our nation. Righteousness exalts a nation, but we know the wickedness and whatever is right. So my brother, and all of you, God bless, and let's continue to support the administration. And we know when election comes, we know we're going to put our vote. Yeah?
Yeah. You're ready.
Vote.
You're ready.
We're ready, steady, go. And then some people said, don't call it too quick yet. Some of the folks in the diaspora are saying, well, then hold on, then we plan, put a little 2 pence together so we could, travel down and come and put our X and support the administration and make sure you get, how much did you say, Doctor? 15.
15.
Right. All of it.
Okay.
We
All
want
right.
no position.
All right. Okay. Somebody just make a comment there, and I just want to read it quickly there, Mr. Clouden. It says, where did I have it? Okay. It says, what you mentioned about local government, they quite agree with you, the Assembly for Local Government. Yeah, I think that's the way to go.
That's really
and they also mentioned too, they said Van Brink was the name you were trying to find for the gem, the photo of the gem. But can you please give an update on where it stands right now with the situation as it pertains to the legalization, the cannabis?
Yes.
How far are we now from Grenada being a producer?
Yes. Well, we're getting there. We're not quite there yet. What we did initially is to decriminalize. This is not the same as legalize. So what we have done is to make it's no longer a criminal offense to be in possession of a certain quantity. Both the 56 grams allowable and the 4 trees for medicinal purposes. Now, the other areas, there would be no, there'll be no criminal record or recorded against a user, no conviction, so to speak, and an attendant criminal record as a consequence.
And for those who already have records against them, those records would be
precisely they'll be expunged.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
So that we are moving in the direction of not stigmatizing, criminalizing our smokers and planters. What you would get is a fixed penalty notice. It's akin to a traffic ticket. For example, if you're not wearing your seatbelt, you're not arrested and taken to the police station, and you have to be placed on bail and the like. The officer would issue you a ticket, and it says on that ticket you would pay $100 and that sort of thing. Well, that's where we are now with respect to decriminalizing. Now we have a few other steps to take. For example, importation of seeds, because we are preparing for legalization for medicinal purposes in the first instance. So we would have to think about importation of seeds for the most part, export, because all of those are prohibited under the Drug Abuse Prevention and Control Act. We have just amended portions of that. The act remains in force with respect to other areas, trafficking for that matter. What constitutes a trafficable offense? Well, we have moved it from 15 grams to in excess of 56 grams, because you're entitled to have 56 grams. So there are other amendments to be made. So what has happened in other countries like St. Kitts and Nevis and the like, Barbados and Jamaica, Trinidad, they have decriminalized, but they have moved one step further than we have to promulgate legislation by way of regulations, that SR and O, to govern the areas that we have since decriminalized, so that if I plant 4 trees, I'm entitled to it, but there's no regulation saying that if I have in excess of 56 grams in my house, then I'm in violation of the law. No. The law allowed you to plant 4 trees, not to harvest and throw it in the garbage. You harvest and you store it. Okay. So naturally, you would have more than 56 grams in your personal possession. And the law says, and we in a region where we are harmonizing our laws, and the law says that, look, if you have 4 trees planted, as you're entitled to in law, then there must be regulations to say where these trees, what you do with the proceeds of the trees. And the law is saying that's your personal use. You can have it in your house. And to intrude into your house and take it is a violation of your right to privacy under the Constitution of Grenada. But more so, the decriminalized legislation also speaks to where you can smoke. So that this is where it is necessary, absolutely necessary, that the Minister of Lands and the Attorney General move with alacrity and dispatch so as to put regulations in place that would, in fact, speak to, for that matter, let's say, non-smoking areas. For example, you can't smoke close to 100 yards from a school. You can't smoke 100 yards from a hospital. You through regulation, you designate areas for smoking and areas where it is prohibited.
Right.
Good. For example, close to schools, children, rampant up and down. So that it is mandatory that these areas are spelled out in regulations. And this has to be done now. The fierce urgency of the moment dictates that you have regulations in place governing those areas I've spoken of, where you can smoke, where you can't smoke. You can't smoke in public, okay? But you have to put it in regulations so that if someone is found smoking in public, what do you charge him with? And how do you charge him? You understand? Those are the questions that will be answered by regulations. And I've personally given the Minister of Agriculture, Lands and Economic Development a copy of the St. Kitts Nevis Freedom of Conscience Act 2023, which encapsulates the nature of the regulations that accompany a decriminalized legislation. We haven't that yet on the books, and this is why people are complaining that the police comes to the house, root up the 4 trees, and take the things away. That has to stop.
So based on what you're saying, there's quite a way to go still. But I understand you made a trip or two to St. Vincent and you observed the way it's been
That's right.
produced.
Yes, I have.
How far are we from where they are at this time?
Well, a distance, but we are moving in that direction because we have to pass the Cannabis Act that would take care of where St. Vincent is now. We don't have a Cannabis Act yet. What we have is an amendment to the Drug Prevention and Control Act. The Cannabis Amendment Act. Remember, it's not called Drug Abuse and Prevention Control. It's called an amendment, the Cannabis Amendment Act. The next step would be to do what St. Vincent has done. Move in the medicinal arena with a comprehensive piece of legislation that pretty much legalizes the industry itself for the export of medicinal cannabis. And that's where the fortune of Grenada lies, the employment and the like. It is by virtue of exporting medicinal cannabis to the world at large.
Okay.
Yeah. But we're not quite there yet. But I reckon, and this government, I have no doubt, will be returned to office. I think in the next term of the government, because we're pretty close to an election.
Yeah.
It's not conceivable that we have hired recently, someone to superintend the movement to medicinal cannabis. So we have that person on board now, advising the government, where they've already submitted the recommendation to the government. It's a firm from Barbados, so that we're moving in the direction of medicinal cannabis, but there's still
a way to go.
A little way to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Vibes FM.
Sorry.
What's up, caller? What's up, caller? Come in. Caller?
Consultant.
Hello?
Yes, hello. Yes, you're on. Yes.
Good afternoon. Oh, sorry, I didn't know you were
Yeah, on. Yeah.
Thank you for, and I'd like to first of all congratulate you guys on Vibes FM for bringing out all these good things about the current government. Now, just to talk about a little bit about the 19 million. That figure seems to be maybe coincide with a value of the declared asset.
Yes.
Yeah.
Of the former prime minister.
Uh-huh.
When before the Integrity Commission, I think it was, to declare his asset.
Yeah.
And so I'm wondering if it is possible that $19 million from the oil funds, as I call it, went towards that thing. Anyhow, that just means speculating.
Okay.
Now, as I said before, I'd like to congratulate you guys on your programming, especially this program on
Yeah. We lost you for a minute there. Caller? Yes, go ahead. Caller? Okay, his signal sort of dropped. He's trying to reconnect, Just hold on there a minute. Maybe we'll get him back another second or two. Yeah, okay, it's back now. Yes. Caller.
Hello?
Yeah, we just lost
Hello?
you for a second. Could you please repeat what you were just saying there? We just lost you for 1 second. Yeah. You were talking about congratulating the current administration. Yeah.
Yes, and to be honest, last week's discussion was very interesting. In the main, the discussion was about the St. Andrews Notice and Mr. Sincere as the prospective candidate, as I would say. I would prefer to say as a former candidate for the last general election. Now, in order to really think, I'm not prepared to wash dirty linen in public here today, as is advised by the party, has been advised by the party for so many years in the past. Now, so what I'll simply say is that you have to look at the history of the entry of Mr. Sincere into politics as a senator, for example, and even get into as far as today, where she's operating as quote unquote caretaker of the constituency. And I want to ask a few questions. I don't know if Mr. Koide might be more au fait with the constitution of the, or maybe I should say most au fait with the constitution of the party, of political parties generally, and constitution of Grenada as well. But does the constitution of the NDC have any position as caretaker? Okay, that's one question. Maybe you would have to do some research and so into that.
Okay.
And then, so what I'm saying is that Ms. Tessa has basically occupied that position since after election. She became, maybe I should say automatically, she became caretaker of the constituency. But there are certain highlights of her entry into the politics of St. Andrews Northeast that I think we must deal with and deal with in a perfect manner. The Cessa has been instrumental in installing her own people who favor her most on the executive of the constituency branch. Now, two things I'd like to highlight, two events I'd like to highlight has happened during her time. Let's call it that. On Innocent Andrews Notice. Now, first of all, in 2022 or maybe 2021, late 2021, the party planned an event, which according to word coming from the party itself, that event was supposed to be an endorsement of a caretaker that was in place, already started working, doing a lot of groundwork. And I think, don't take it from me. Do your research into what happened at that event, okay, up at Bel Air School. Now, what you have happening today, what you're hearing today, is that our supporters are saying that they went up in Bel Air School and voted for Tessa, and she won. But that is not the case at all. This event was not supposed to be a vote or anything. So, in other words, as I said before, do your research and find out what went on up there.
Okay.
And the other event I would like to mention is when there was sometime earlier this year, I think, or last year, or in September last year. Okay, before that, sorry. There was another event where people started to go, members of the branch, the constituency branch, started to complain about the way they were being treated. And I'm talking about not ordinary members, real stalwarts of the party. People who have campaigned with NDC from the beginning. I'm talking about old people. People are 85 and so years old now, today. And Tessa and her group has been vilifying and condemning these people and basically not using that. So they were organized, the Prime Minister came up together with Ms. Gloria Thomas and to discuss, Mr. Andal was there, the Gloria Thomas, is the chairman of the party. Mr. Andal, deputy political leader. The general secretary came late. And his only function in that party, in that meeting, was to pray at the end of the meeting. I guess the Prime Minister, political leader, would have given him that task to pray at the end of the meeting. Anyhow, I say no more about on his role in the whole thing. So at that event, a lot of criticism were raised. Mr. Sincere was there. And a lot of criticism were raised about her action as it relates to those members that I spoke about earlier, who, as I described them as, who were diehard, extremely committed members of the branch, registered members of the branch. So at the end of all the complaints and criticism of her role as a
let me just ask you
caretaker.
let me ask you one question quickly there. What are you trying to say? What the point you're trying to make? You giving some research?
Yes, we want. You see, when people come on programs like yours, like last Thursday, and being so critical of the people of the St. Andrews Notice, or NDC supporters of the Notice, I think your response last week, some of it were sort of balanced, but the point is, people tend to leave this conversation unattended, and a lot of mistruths, untruths, and opinion have been expressed that people take as the truth. Now, we have to be careful with that. St. Andrews Notice could be the weakest link in the political chain of what we call the NDC.
But Kola, I think you're contradicting yourself. You're saying one thing and then you're speaking another. You're criticizing and you're on both sides. Like I really understand what you're trying to say. I think
no. You see, the problem is that people are getting the wrong impression from all the noise that is made and the name calling and calling people nastiness and all kind of thing on the thing. Supporters of NEC. And people are from outside of the constituency especially are saying things that are not true. Now, I have been involved with the constituency branch for a long time.
You haven't been involved, you say?
You have been involved?
You haven't
Yes,
been?
I've been. Sorry, I have been involved.
Okay.
Yes.
I have
So what
been
are you,
around.
so what are you trying to do?
I've
You trying?
witnessed-
Hold on. Let me,
It got
because
dismissed.
you've been for a while, and I have some of the callers waiting. But you're trying to criticize those who are criticizing. I mean, is that what you're doing?
Those who are
Criticizing?
really fine,
Yeah.
criticizing
Okay.
and saying
Well, okay.
giving false information.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. Okay.
Anyhow,
Yeah, but yeah,
the process is the process is in place.
Okay.
And when people are telling you that they would not vote because if it's not Tessa, or people are telling you on the other side that they would not vote if it's Tessa, that is creating confusion.
Okay.
And the weak link that NDC has could erode the whole of St. Andrews. Now, we have to look at St. Andrews as a whole.
Caller.
Sorry, eh?
Thank you so much for your contribution. Man. We
Yeah,
have to go.
thank
We have
you.
to go. Okay.
Maybe I'll call back at next time.
Yeah, no
I'm
problem.
sorry to have gone off like that, but
No, because what you're saying there, you're saying one thing and you're doing another, and it's all confusing, So I appreciate your contribution. Yeah, we appreciate your contribution. Okay. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
443-0101.
Continue the good work.
Okay. Thank you so much. Let me take another caller. Vibes FM. Landline caller, come in. Landline caller, come in.
Good afternoon.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Kim, listen, the guy who's speaking, I was in that meeting.
Caller, hold on. Let me say something, please. And I don't want to cut you off, but I don't want to tolerate this kind of conversation.
I understand you,
Okay,
but
all right.
Kim.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, man. You see now, you have certain time in Virgin. When people speaking, man, you see that as a notice. I was in the meeting with the
Caller, hold on. I don't want to hear no more about the St. Andrews notice discussing on the radio.
Line, man.
Okay, right, fine. Deal with them. Lord have mercy. Yes, politics, and people getting heated up and stuff like that,
So what is the intention of coming back this week and talk about Tessa again? I mean, why?
Well, you see, apparently, they have some sort of issues maybe
I
among
know.
themselves. But,
but look at how they approaching it.
But not that. I wouldn't listen. I don't intend to give them this platform to settle issues.
Yeah, the pros and the cons, and Tessa become the Bible.
Because in any constituency, any place you're gonna have little, hiccups here and there, but this is not the platform to settle those kind of issues. So I don't want to tolerate any more calls on that day. From now on, they call about that. Yeah.
Somebody is saying, of course, jokingly, I understand that. Why are they talking about Tessa? Tessa is not the one who want to account for the 19 million. You know what I mean? So let's keep it positive.
Yeah, that's
and respectful.
Yeah, that's all you have to do. Okay. 443-0101, 403-0101, 458-1914, 458-1914. I found another very interesting clip from our Prime Minister. And believe me, whenever he speaks, I listen. And many people listen as well too.
Oh, yes.
Listen to what he said about Imanis and how the process was before with them getting some employment or whatever.
In my experience, that has the entitlement mentality. It's a lot of adults. There's a generation of adults who've been created, who've been told, and I think in a sense they've been taken advantage of, where they were placed in systems like, for example, our Imani workers. They were systematically placed in a system where you pay them below minimum wage on the guys that you were training them, not for 6 months or 12 months, but for 10 years, 12 years. You pay them substandard below minimum wage. The state itself was abusing its own citizens and escaping the minimum wage laws that hadn't been updated in probably 20 years or how long, by calling them trainees and then paying them money that they could not survive on. So after 10 or 15 years of being in that state, you are broken. you have no confidence in yourself. You have no ambition. You have no self-esteem because your very government is doing that to you. And I'm not making this up, because up to Thursday gone, I had a young lady in my office who's been an Imani for 12 years.
God. Imani
right? And she initiated it's only when we increased the minimum wage that she first, after 12 years, was earning $1,200. And the kind of job she's doing is not a job by any stretch of the imagination that would justify this kind of a low salary. Right? But that and I'm saying that is a government employee. So that is what has happened. So it is to some extent not the fault of the people, but it's the fault of the poor policy and the terrible judgment on some of these specific issues. And I'm not saying in general it's always poor or bad judgment, but I'm saying on this specific issue about abusing our people by saying, I'm going to train you. Training, you to go to the moon, you're not training for 12 years. So how you can train for a clerical job for 12 years? Right? So we have to recognize that policy matters, and the caller is right. If we don't support and encourage policy that makes us independent, makes us strong, makes us productive, then we will end up in the opposite position of being dependent, being poor, being weak, being vulnerable, and being taken advantage of.
This is that, you see?
And
yeah,
it's so, it's so unconscionable. These are people who know better. Eh?
Yep.
But it's expedient for them to just take advantage of the so-called poor and vulnerable people so that they could stay ahead of themselves. It's sad.
That's what transpired. Let me take one more call. Vibes FM. WhatsApp caller. WhatsApp caller, come in. Caller. Hello.
Good afternoon, Kim.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Hey, hi.
Yeah, Kim.
Yeah.
It's me from Grenada.
Okay.
PJ here. Kim, I think common sense and due diligence must be exercised when calling the station. Now, we all are part and parcel of a government that is seeking the interests of every Grenadian. And from time to time, you will have organizations with people with different views, not so?
Yes.
Yeah. And we have to be articulate enough and wise enough to know what to come to the public to share. In other words, you cannot give your enemies power. So I'm just advising that caller, he has to be careful with what to come and say. People have various views. At the end of the day, what should be pushed is the party's agenda and the way forward for Grenada, and following the footsteps of the Prime Minister as to what is taking place currently. I think the government is on the right path. I think the government done enough. I think our Prime Minister is very clear, very prudent in terms of his modus operandi, what he wants for Grenada, in terms of what he done so far. The trajectory. We got a high rating from the IMF. You have the rate of employment is very high. The Maryland School Community Center, they're doing a lot of marvelous work. And of course, we know that there is no perfection in the human domain. But overall, we can safely say that the Prime Minister gets high ratings right through. Everybody sees him as intelligent, and a person that can sit down and talk and have conversation. And this is refreshing because we have not seen that from the one of the past. What we saw in the past was a bully who thinks he alone have all the ideas. But we've seen a new leadership style, a man who understands what we need. Because at the end of the day, if the country and the people are not educated in terms of what should be taken place to bring forward Grenada socially, spiritually, economically, financially, educationally, in the sporting arena, in the cultural arena, in all facets of life, then we'll be wasting time. We understand what is political will and what we as a people should do. And why do you think they recently had the public manifesto, the people's manifesto? Simply because he understands that he alone don't have all the ideas. He understands that Kim has the idea, Coy had the idea, the lawyer, Mr. Coven, have the idea. I have ideas. Even the people on the street that we think may not be bright and intelligent, they do have ideas. So this is what we want, inclusion. And this is what will make Grenada go forward. So again, I'm appealing to all the people of NBC. We see what is going on. And we understand what the opposition is doing. They are painting a picture that is in a total contrast as to what is taking place in Grenada. All the foreigners that are here now, they can tell you, wow, Grenada is going forward. All the people can say, wow, I love to see the movements of Grenada. I love the atmosphere. And when you hear people from the opposition speaking, it's just so contradicting. It sounds just like a lie. It seems like a lie, but we know it is a lie. You know what I mean? So we have to have confidence in going forward. Let us speak, let us choose our words when we come in the air and speak with sense, common understanding. Because just the slip of a tongue can make somebody make a different decision. Mr. Coy, my sister, you're doing a wonderful job. I know you stutter a lot, but stuttering has nothing to do with it in terms of your brain, your articulation, and stuff like that. I know the owner of the station, Mr. Kim, you're ever so friendly, and and I just love your style, and Mr. Clouden. And I just want to say enough respect to show Grenada Caribbean Madness. Let us all keep praying. Let us all keep having respect for one for another. And we cannot fail. You know, with that kind of leadership, with God by our side, and with people like you on the end, how can we fail? What do you think?
Can't.
Thank you, caller.
Victory all the way, man. Thank you, KJ. Okay.
Respect, man.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
bye.
Okay.
Okay, bye-bye.
Yeah.
Landline? Okay, we take that one off there. Okay. Now, this caller just made some valid points, and it's thing, like I would say sometimes it's food for thought. One more thing I want to touch on. You know, this I was just listening recently to some comments coming out of Jamaica as it pertains to the relief that's been given to the residents there in building themselves back better. And listen to this from one of their representatives.
The decision that I cannot choose who should benefit and who should not. I cannot choose who should get help to put on back their roofs and who should not, when everybody needs help to put on back their roofs. And so every one of those 600 and odd persons who applied for housing assistance, I've submitted their names. And so it means that they're not going to get 100,000 each. It means that some of them going to get $12,000, which is only probably 3 sheets of zinc. But what do we do when the funding is not sufficient?
This is a representative speaking back to the people to let them know exactly what the situation is, you know. And she was saying that they may not get 100,000, that's Jamaican dollars, for the assistance, and some might get 12,000. 12,000 could only buy maybe 3 sheets of galvanized or something of the nature, you know. And what really I came to my mind in that in Carriacou here in particular, this government has gone all the way to support residents. As a matter of fact, the Build Back program that we have going on right now. And the people are getting back 2-bedroom, single bedroom, whatever, in the region maybe $100,000 to $200,000 worth. Just imagine that. And in Jamaica, $100,000 Jamaican dollars is only worth $1,740 EC.
Wow.
Yeah.
EC,
That's right.
$1,740 EC is at 100,000 Jamaican dollars.
So they might use the high number and say, "Boy, oh, they're getting 100,000 EC." But, I mean, not EC, $100,000.
Yes.
But it just the value of that is just about 1,000 something
in our country. And just imagine now the input and what this government is doing now to people. Well, I remember with material assistance, some people get 25,000, 30,000.
Farmers, some got 4,500, some got 9,000.
Yeah, that's again.
That's just one aspect of it.
And look at that, and people getting build back houses now in the range of $150,000 to $200,000, and some of them are not even bigging up the government and thanking the government as they should. I mean, really. I mean, you look at what happened just next door.
Kim, we have no choice. We have to educate and wait.
Yeah.
Really? Well, that's what I opened my remarks early on, congratulating the government.
Yes.
On the way they have administered the distribution of housing and other related goodies to the people who are affected by Beryl.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's admirable. And, I had phrased this very early when the opposition started to criticize the NDC. and criticize our beloved Prime Minister. As I told him the other day, I started the beloved Prime Minister.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
I mean, this government has done an exceedingly extraordinary job, and all Grenadians should be proud that this has happened, especially Caracuans too.
Caracu, Pity
And
Martinique.
Martinique.
guys.
When I saw what Beryl had done to Pity Martinique, I was going over there. When I came up with some relief goods, man, I just broke down on the boat, man. I couldn't believe it. I mean, everything in sight was flattened. Wow. I went there, what day it was. Well, I followed the race and I inquired about you. I don't know why you didn't come into that race around the island.
What was there, man?
So, Leo, you wonder, where you were?
I wasn't sailing, but I was
Yeah, because I was looking, I
Which boat
followed the race.
Which boat you on?
No, I wasn't on any of the sailboats. I was with that boy Compton.
I was in Mano.
Huh?
I was in Mano.
Oh, you were in Mano?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because
I know you have your boat. I mean, you in Betway, you in Canawan, you're all over the place. And I keep going, where's Leo, man?
Yes, I was in Mano.
That was good. That was good. And that was a marvelous activity too. Imagine. We went right on the PSV, turned and came back and went around Jackadam and like. But man, it was so well-being, I must say. I want to find the word to express it. To see how Pity Martinique had recovered.
Yeah,
I couldn't believe that 2 years ago, this island, when I saw it, I broke down. And I see it now with gladness. Wow, what a marvelous recovery, man. And the same obtains for us here in Caracu, man.
And but I don't know. I just cannot fathom anybody who knows anything about Caracu on Petit Martinique and cannot see the obvious difference. You know what these current guys have done for Caracu and Petit Martinique.
Yeah,
you must be totally blind to not see that.
Well, I'm telling you, Caracu is much better than it was before.
Heavily so.
And at the rate at which it still continue to grow, I tell you, the sky's the limit.
The sky's the limit, man.
Definitely.
Well, as I told Trevor, he must put Caracu and Petit Martinique as a shining city on the hill, man. That's Reagan's shining city on the hill, man.
Yeah. But you know, things will continue to improve. And after this election, we'll take off again. Because you see, I have so much confidence in this Prime Minister, and especially pertains to Caracu. And as long as Kevin keep doing what he's doing.
Yeah, man. And look, the Prime Minister visited Caracu when he was in private practice, you know. He's not a stranger to Caracu.
Okay.
I know that he loves Caracu and Petit Martinique. Okay. When he comes up here, Reggie used to take him out and up in the Grenadines and everything. Yeah, man.
Okay.
I had a little function. Well, we had the band, you know, we colleagues came up here and we got some lobsters, got some stuff, and had a nice evening. And
you know,
long before he got into politics.
Me too. We had some conversations before. So when he told me I was going into politics, I said, here's your number one fan. Because actually I had dealings with this guy long before he got into politics, and I was so impressed.
Yes, man.
That he was handling the matter for me, and I said, okay. As a matter of fact, 12 years ago, we're going to rent a spot down there, and he was on the other side, and I was so impressed. So when I wanted to do something on a trust, and I asked somebody for an attorney, he said, I have a good friend, you know, and I didn't even know who you're sending me to. When I realized when I got to Mitchell and Co. and I said,
good hands.
I was very comfortable.
He used to pull me out on some civil, man. You know, I don't like civil laws.
Yes.
And he'd come and give me a hand.
Yeah.
And give me a hand.
Yeah, man. He has a good mind and he cares about people. Don't let anybody fool you about that. So I know that. I'm convinced. Nobody had to convince me about that one. I know it's wrong.
But I know for sure He cares about developing Grenada.
Yeah.
And he's focused on that. And he's not going to make the yap, as he mentioned earlier in the clip here, deter him from going to do what he has to do. He's going full
force, man.
Yeah.
The guy's committed.
Let it talk. Let me try to take one more call. Right from line 9 caller. You've been waiting, caller? Caller, you next. Line 9 caller first.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening, yes.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
How is Carriacou?
Carriacou is okay.
Is Carriacou going to be emptying the island to come down to Grenada for Carnival?
They're already empty. If you listen to me earlier, I said this is 7 Sundays a week.
I was not there earlier, but that's the time I like to be in Carriacou.
Yes.
It's emptied.
7 Sundays.
I get an empty island when I come up. But I just want to congratulate the government on the awesome job that they are doing. I feel very proud as a Grenadian to be a part of this Grenada in this time. It is the best time to live in Grenada now.
Yes.
And I also want to congratulate Prime Minister and the Cabinet for taking the stand with the GPG issue.
Yes.
I feel very proud because I know it is hard to make tough decisions, but as Prime Minister said in his opening, they were voted in for taking responsibility, and this was one of the sure responsibility they had to take to us, the Grenadian people. So I really want to congratulate Prime Minister and his cabinet for taking this initiative. I feel very proud of them, and I pray that God will continue to guide them to be humble leaders for our community in this time.
Yep.
Yep. Okay, caller. Yep. All right. Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Thank you so much for your contribution. And that will just about wrap up our program for today, gentlemen. You know, first of all, I want to go back to you, Mr. Claude. It was such a pleasure having you here this morning. And, you know, with the knowledge that you have, the interest you have in Carriacou as well, too, you know, you were able to get some words of advice out to the general public, you know, and to encourage them as well, too, and to express your opinion in many areas, which we much appreciate.
Thank you so much, Kim.
And I tell you, whenever you're in Carriacou, you know.
I know. I'm welcome.
By the way, you came up with the yacht?
I came up now with my speedboat.
Okay. Yeah. You have so many of them, you know.
I'm coming back with the yacht.
Well, I can't give him a big bouquet, but let me give him a little flowers. Because I could remember an act of kindness that did for a stranded kayak years ago. Caused me to drive from Brooklyn to Halifax, you know.
Yeah, man.
To be with him, you know.
Yes.
I drove from Brooklyn to Halifax.
What?
Yes, man.
Yes.
Was what the trip?
Yes, actually.
That's nice, eh?
Yes.
You know, I think as you mentioned that we're going to be pulling the curtains down now. Before we leave, I want to say this. I want to make this joke. I call it a joke, but you might determine if it's really a joke or not. So Leo,
yes, sir.
That $19 million there, that's not something new to you. I thought I heard you complaining about the $19 million that was spent when the jetty was going to move.
Yes.
So that $19 million coming again?
I like 3 times the figure, you know, man. The third time.
That's the third time in June.
Third time, yes.
19 million in assets.
Yes, 19 million.
19 million
in jetty expense. And
19 million
in island gas.
Island gas. So I wonder when will be the next $19 million come from. Boy, I don't know. So Leo, so you paid around $19 million, man.
Yeah. I'll tell that for the jetty. I'll tell the 19 million for the jetty.
All right, then we just about wrap it up.
The views expressed on this program are those of the host and guests and not the views of this radio station.
And that will just about wrap up our program for today, right here on Vibes FM. Speak Out Unfiltered every Thursday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. We want to thank you so much, you, the audience who participated, those of you who listened as well, whatever way. And to remind you again that every Thursday from 10 to 2, right here on Vibes FM, you can share your views, opinions, and express your sentiments. Until next time, yours truly, Kim the King. It's always a pleasure.